Chandra Pahar, Mountain of the Moon, is a novel written by Bibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay approximately 86 years ago. The story follows Shankar Roy Chowdhury, a young Bengali man who embarks on an adventurous journey to Africa. In his expedition, Shankar is accompanied by Diego Alvarez, a miserable Portuguese companion. Together, they face various challenges, encounter wild animals, and navigate treacherous landscapes while searching for diamonds in the Mountains of Moon. The novel is renowned for its gripping narrative, vivid descriptions of African settings, and the dynamic relationship between Shankar and Diego.
I have tried to follow the story completely except some minor changes. Mountain of the Moon. Starting the first episode. Mountain of the Moon is not a translation of any English novel. Neither it is based on any foreign story of that class. The storyline and characters of this novel are creations of my imagination. However, I took the help of the book some famous travelers like Sir H. H. Johnston and Rosita Forbes, to give a true description of the geographical features and scenery of the various parts of Africa. In this context, the Richtersveld mountain range mentioned in this story is the most famous mountain range in Central Africa, and Dinganek, Rhodesian monster, and the proverb of Bunip is still prevalent in many parts of Zululand. Saint Franco's prayer to the sun used in this novel translated by the late Mohini Mohan Chattopadhyay. Bibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay, Barakpur, Jessore, September 18, 1937.
Shankar, a boy from a remote corner of Bengal, had just taken his high school exams in Kolkata and come back to his village. In every morning he would chat with friends, enjoy his siesta, in the afternoon go fishing with friends at the local lake. After spending the entire summer like this, one day his mother called him and said,
"Listen, Shankar. Your father is not well. How will you study in this situation? Who will pay the expenses? Perhaps, it's time you looked for a job."
Mother's words set Shankar thinking. In fact, his father had been seriously ill for the last few months. It had become increasingly impossible for his family to pay the expenses in Kolkata. But what could he do? Will anyone give him a job now? Who knows him? At the time we are talking about, 5 years before the First World War. About the year 1909. Life was a lot more relaxed then, finding a job was not all that tough. Shankar's mother went to the wife of a neighbor who worked in a nearby jute mill and requested her to tell her husband to help Shankar. Her husband was so gentle. The following day, he came over to say that he would help Shankar find a job in his mill. Shankar was not an ordinary child. While studying at school, he was more inclined toward sports and extracurricular activities. He excelled in athletics and secured the first position in a high jump competition. At that time, there were no center forwards or athletes in the field of football in his area like him. His agility and skills were remarkable in activities such as climbing trees and horse riding, and he was particularly skilled in boxing. While studying in Kolkata, he also trained in boxing at YMCA. Due to all these reasons, he hadn't done too well in studies. He had managed only a second division. However, he had an extraordinary knowledge in one subject. His passion was reading maps and large geography books. He had a strong grasp of geographical calculations. He could almost identify all the constellations that appear in our country's sky. This is Kalparush, this one is Saptarshi. That is Cassiopeia, and Scorpius. He knew which constellation appeared in which month and in which direction, as if it was imprinted on his mind. He could tell the direction by just looking at the sky. It can undoubtedly be said that most boys in our country do not possess such knowledge. When he returned from Kolkata after the exams, he brought all those books and sat alone, engrossed in reading. One can only imagine how he expanded his knowledge during that time. One day his father suddenly fell ill, and the poverty in his family became unbearable. Desperately, he requested his mother's permission to take up a job. He could not bear to see the distressed faces of his parents. It was necessary for him to find a job at the jute mill. However, he understood that taking up that job would shatter his life's dreams. He was a skilled football center forward, a district high jump champion, a talented cricketer. And he could potentially become a jute mill worker. With a pocket filled with leftovers from a nickel-sized book, he would go to the jute mill early in the morning, his footsteps echoing. During lunchtime, he would eat 2 of those leftovers and then resume work, eagerly waiting for the sound of the evening whistle, signaling his break. His young and fresh mind couldn't comprehend the situation. Whenever he thought about it, his entire being rebelled, saying, "The racehorse will eventually turn into a horse-drawn carriage." It will soon be dark. Shankar has been sitting alone by the riverbank, contemplating all these words. His mind wanted to soar. In a faraway land, amidst countless daring adventures, like Livingstone, Stanley, Harry Johnston, Marco Polo and Robinson Crusoe. He has crafted himself from a young age. Although he hasn't considered what might happen to boys from other countries, it is highly unlikely for those boys who born in India. They are made to be engineers, schoolmasters, doctors, or lawyers. The aspiration of venturing into an unknown territory in an unknown region is extremely rare for them. On that evening, Shankar sat down to read in the gentle glow of lamplight. He opened the large geography book of Westmark. One section of the book fascinated him. It was a description of the famous African mountain, Mountain of the Moon, written by renowned German traveler Anton Hauptmann. How many times had he read it? How many times had he dreamed that one day he would conquer Mount of the Moon, just like Hauptmann? He had a strange dream that night. He is in dense jungle of bamboo forest on the foothills. Wild elephants are trampling down bamboo stems with a crashing sound. He and someone else climbing up a steep mountain together, emerging on a majestic peak. It was exactly like the description of Mountain of the Moon by Hauptmann in Westmark's book. The same dense jungle of bamboo stalks and tall trees covered with creepers. Underneath, a thick carpet of sodden leaves, an occasional barren patch of hard rock. And far away, seen through gaps in the foliage, a snow-clad mountain peak washed by moonlight. A clear sky with 1,000,000,000 stars scattered around. He heard trumpeting of wild elephants. The entire jungle vibrated with the sound. It was so vivid. Shankar wakes up, as if with the noise, and sits up on bed. Early morning sunlight has been streaming in through the window. Oh, what a dream it had! Many people say early morning dreams come true. Could his dream ever become a reality for Shankar? There is an old, derelict temple a little away from their village, which was built by a famous zamindar in ancient times. Now, the temple has been looted and plundered, the people and banyan trees replaced by cornices and cornices. But the roof over the altar is still intact. Although there is no idol in the temple, local people perform puja here every Tuesday and Saturday. Women put vermilion and sandalwood paste on the altar. People have great faith in the unseen presiding deity of the temple. They believe prayers made here are answered. That morning, Shankar takes an early bath and goes to the temple. He hangs a pebble on a prop root of a banyan tree in front of the temple and prays. In the evening, he goes there again and sits quietly. There is an abandoned mansion near the temple. People believe the place is haunted, and no one came near. But Shankar, in the solitude of this deserted mansion courtyard, enjoyed sitting quietly in the forest. Today, he had managed to erase the stain of his morning dream from his mind. While sitting in this forest, Shankar was reminded of that image again and again: the rustling of bamboo branches broken by the elephant herd, the dense forest with leafy vines hanging high on the mountain, and the snow-covered peaks of the mountains, like a boundary indicating a realm of dreams. He had seen so many dreams in his life, but never had he seen such a clear dream image. No dream had etched such a deep impression in his mind. But it is all make-believe, just an illusion. The real mountain of the moon would always be beyond his reach. Could a mountain of the moon ever come down to the earth? He would have to work as a clerk in a jute mill. It is his inescapable destiny, isn't it? But our life is full of such strange coincidences. If you read them in fiction, you would laugh them off as absurd. In Shankar's life too, such a turnaround came about from a completely unexpected corner. In the early morning, he just reached home after walking around the riverbank. Suddenly a neighborhood Rameshwar's wife came with a piece of paper in her hand and said,
"My dear Shankar, at last, there is a news of my son-in-law after a long time. He has written to his people at Bhadrashwar. Pinta came back from their house yesterday. This is the address they have given. Could you please read it out for me?"
Shankar replied, "Oh really, you have heard from him almost 2 years later. How scared were you all when he ran away without a trace? Hadn't he done the same thing once before?" Shankar opened the letter. On it was written,
Prasad Das Bandyopadhyay, Uganda Railway Head Office, Construction Department, Mombasa, East Africa.
Shankar's hand trembled as he read the letter. East Africa. Can anyone run away that far? But he knows that the husband of Nani Bala Didis is very adventurous and loves to travel. Shankar had met him once when he had come to their village. Shankar was in middle school then. The man is very generous in nature, knows how to read and write well, but couldn't stick to a job for long, has a restless nature. Once earlier there was a news: he had run away either to Burma or Cochin after conflicting with his elder brother. And he had gone all the way to East Africa. Rameshwar's wife couldn't understand how far away her son-in-law had gone. She had no idea about the extent of the distance. She left. Shankar wrote down the address in his notebook and wrote a letter to Mr. Prasad that week. Did he remember Shankar from his wife's village? He has graduated from school and is yet to be employed. Can Mr. Prasad find a job within the railway for him? No matter how far, he will go. After a month and a half, when Shankar becomes almost disappointed about receiving a reply to the letter, he received an envelope addressed to Shankar. It says something in the letter: Number 2 Port Street, Mombasa.
Dear Shankar, I have received your letter. I remember you very well. I can hardly forget that I lost to you in arm wrestling. Will you come here? Please do. If a boy like you doesn't come out, who else will? A new railway is being constructed here. The company requires lots of people. Come here as soon as you can. I take the responsibility of getting you a job. Yours sincerely, Prasad Das Bandyopadhyay.
Shankar's father was very happy to saw the letter. In his youth, he himself was a person of adventurous mindset. He did not agree that his son would go to work in jute mill. Because of financial problems, had been forced to give in to his wife's wishes. A few months later, Shankar received a telegram from Bhadrashwar. Mr. Prasad has recently arrived in the country. He will return to Mombasa in 20 days. Shankar could accompany him if he wished to go to Uganda. Four months later, it's the end of March. A branch line of the railway from Mombasa to a place called Kisumu on the bank of the Victoria Lake was being built. The place was located about 350 miles west of Mombasa. Shankar arrived at the Nudsburg station of the Uganda Railways, which was situated 72 miles southwest. Shankar had just joined the construction side as a clerk-cum-assistant storekeeper. There were several other tents around him. As there are no proper houses had been built yet. The camp were arranged in an open space with a circular pattern, surrounded by vast expanses of tall grass and occasional trees. At the edge of the camp stood a large baobab tree. Shankar had seen pictures of Africa's famous tree, the baobab, numerous times, but seeing a real one in person filled him with awe. In this new country, with a fresh mind full of aspirations, Shankar felt as if he had discovered the meaning of his dreams in this secluded field and forest of Uganda. Whenever his work was done, he would venture out daily from his camp, exploring in whichever direction his gaze led him. East, west, south, north. In all directions, the grass stood taller than a person's head, sometimes even higher. One day, the chief engineer of construction department called Shankar and said,
"Listen, Shankar. Don't wander too far from here without a gun. Even stepping a foot outside in this grassland can be dangerous. Firstly, people have lost their way in this grassland. And they perished due to lack of water in these areas. Secondly, Uganda is the land of lions. Even though the sound of our shouts and the noise of our hammering might have scared them away to a distance, we can't rely on that. Be very cautious. None of these areas are completely safe."
One day afternoon, work was progressing smoothly. Suddenly, a cry of distress was heard from a distance among the tall grass. Everyone rushed towards that direction to see what was happened. Shankar also joined them. Everyone searched the grassland closely. But they have found nothing there. Then who had cried? The chief engineer arrived, and assembled all the workers and took a roll call. A laborer was missing. After investigation, it was found that he had gone towards the forest of grass a while ago. But no one had seen him return. After searching for a long time, they found a lion's paw mark on soft ground. The chief engineer, accompanied by a group of people with guns, went further, following the paw mark and discovered the blood-stained body of an unfortunate laborer behind the large rock. They brought him back to the camp. But there was no trace of the lion. Maybe the crowd of people would have scared them away. That man died before evening. Next day, a wide area around the camp was cleared by cutting down long grasses. Since that day, the workers have not discussed anything except the story of the lion. A few months later, the incident started fading away from people's memory. Life in the camp went back to normal. It was a very hot day. However, in the evening, the weather gradually turned cold. A bonfire had been lit in front of laborers' tent. Everyone gathered around the fire and engaged in conversation. Shankar was also present, listening to their stories and reading Kenya Morning News by the light of the fire. The newspaper was 5 days old. but it was his only window to the world beyond the grasslands around. There was a man named Thirumal, who had become a good friend of Shankar. He was from Madras. Thirumal was fluent in English and had a lot of enthusiasm. He had left home in search of adventure. He sat beside Shankar and gradually started talking about their homeland, about his parents, and his younger sister. He loves his younger sister very much. Shankar felt a connection with Thirumal's stories, as if they reminded him of his own family. Thirumal was planning to return home in the month of September. He worried about whether the chief would grant him leave for 2 months or not. The night rolled on. The fire was occasionally dying down, and the workers kept adding more wood to it. Many had gone to sleep. By the time the slender new moon showed up lazily over the horizon, it was quite late. On the vast grassland, the faint moonlight started playing hide-and-seek with darkness, throwing long, mysterious shadows of tall wild trees. As Shankar leaned back on a post, he was mesmerized by the endless savanna washed by light and shade. Far away from home, as Shankar watched the splendor of the silent night, a strange thought gripped him. Beyond that baobab tree, the astonishing land mass stretched all the way to Cape Town. In between, there were countless hills and mountains covered by jungles, the ancient stone ruins of Zimbabwe, the vast and dangerous Kalahari Desert, the land of gold and diamond mines. A famous gold explorer, he could not resist examining the stone he stumbled upon. When he picked up the stone and examined it closely, he discovered that it contained a mixture of gold. He uncovered a large gold mine in that place. Back home in India, Shankar had read stories like this. And now, he is in Africa. The mysterious continent. The land of gold and diamonds. No one knows how many unknown tribes of people, unseen landscapes, and undiscovered creatures are hiding in its boundless tropical forests. Lost in thought, Shankar dozed off. Suddenly, his sleep was disturbed by an unusual noise. He woke up abruptly and sat down. The moon was rising high in the sky. Its soft radiance resembled the pure light of a daytime. The fire had died out completely and the laborers, huddled together, were fast asleep. Absolute silence reigned over the place. Suddenly, Shankar turned his gaze to where his beloved Thirumal had been. He was not there. Shankar assumed he had returned to his tent. Shankar also tried to get up and about to leave for his tent. At that moment, not far away in the western corner of the field, a fierce lion's roar was heard. It seemed as if the faint moonlight had risen above the forest. The laborer sprang up from their slumber. The chief engineer came out of his tent with a gun. This was the first time Shankar had ever heard the roar of a lion. A directionless emotion that stirred during the dense wilderness in the last night's moonlight. It wasn't fear, but a mysterious and complex emotion. There was an old Maasai among the campers. He said, "Someone had just killed by the lion. If a person does not get killed, lion will not roar like that." Thirumal's roommate came and said that Thirumal was not in their tent. As soon as the companions heard these words, they were startled. Shankar himself entered the tent and found that Thirumal's bed was empty. The laborers lit torches and went out to search Thirumal. They investigated each tent and called him out loudly. But no one responded. After a while they observed that the place where Thirumal had been sleeping, from that area a clear sign of a heavy object being dragged on the ground. No one wasted any time understanding the situation. Near the baobab tree, a small piece of Thirumal's shirt cuff was found. The engineer went ahead with his gun, and Shankar followed him. The laborers started to follow them. In that deep night, they searched far and wide in all directions of the field. But no trace of Thirumal's body was found. Then, they heard the lions roar again, but this time from far away. It was perhaps the fierce cry of a mysterious demon that defended this desolate land from strangers. The old Maasai said, the lion was taking away a human body. We would have to pay for it. It would not stop before killing several people. Everyone be cautious. Once a lion starts eating humans, it becomes extremely cunning. It was almost 3 in the night. Everyone returned to their tents. The whole field was illuminated by the flickering light. In this part of Africa, you wouldn't see a large bird, but you could hear the call of a nocturnal bird. A sweet sound that defies description. Just now, that bird called it from far away, perched on a tree branch. It saddened the heart, in an instant. Shankar could not fall asleep. Everyone went inside the tent, because everyone has a lot of trouble. A roaring fire was lit in front of the tent with stacked firewood. Shankar too went into his tent. There was no point in being reckless. But he did not sleep. He lay down in his own corner, looking through the window, towards the vast illuminated unknown horizon. What a strange feeling it was. Why did Thirumal's destiny drag him all the way to Africa for such an untimely, ghastly death? Who knows? What does destiny have in store of Shankar? Africa looks amazingly beautiful. But Africa is terrifying. What would happen if it looked like the vast fields of Bangladesh? Africa would look like an unknown cemetery. Death has put its cruel snares everywhere. No one knows what would happen moments from now. Africa has just taken his first victim. A young Hindu youth named Thirumal. He craves for more. After Thirumal's death, lions made life miserable for the laborers. Lions are fearsome and courageous creatures. Just as they are cunning, they are also brave. In evening, a large fire is lit in various places in the camp, and people gather around the fire to chat, cook, and eat there. In the night, the chief engineer walked around the camp a couple of times with his gun and fired shots in the air. Despite being so vigilant, a lion killed a laborer in the evening just 2 days after Thirumal died. The next day, a Somali laborer went to break stone within 300 yards of the tent in the afternoon. He didn't come back at evening. That very night, after 10 o'clock, Shankar was returning from chief engineer's tent. There is no one outside. Only a few almost extinguished fires here and there. Shankar heard jackals howling far away. Cries of jackals always reminded Shankar of the beautiful countryside of Bengal. He tries to imagine his house and tries to imagine that hog plum tree in the corner of their house. It was a lovely feeling. Where is he? He lies on a mat near the window of their house in the village. Would he see the leaves of the hog plum tree twirling down when he opens his eyes? Could it be true? Should he open his eyes? Shankar slowly opens his eyes. It was a moonless night. In the distance, that big baobab tree is standing like a demon in the vague darkness. Suddenly, he senses something was moving on the low umbrella-like thatched roof of a tent. In an instant, he was filled with fear and wonder. A huge lion was digging the thatched roof of a laborer's tent with its paws, and occasionally moving its nose to smell something. The distance from the tent was not more than 20 hands. Shankar realizes that he is in terrible danger. The lion was making a hole through which he would enter the tent and snatch away its victim. Fortunately for Shankar, it was far too busy to notice him. There is no one outside the tent, and no one stays outside at night because of the fear of lions. He himself is unarmed, without even a stick in hand. Shankar turned his gaze towards the chief engineer's room, keeping his eyes on the lion. 1 minute. 2 minutes. He had no idea what tremendous control over his own nerves before. He neither uttered a fearful word, nor attempted to run back. He raised the curtain of the chief's tent and entered. The engineer, still at his table, was surprised to see the way Shankar came in. Before he could ask anything, Shankar whispered, "Sir, lion." The chief sprang out of his chair and asked, "Where is it?" Chief grabbed a 375 Mannlicher repeater from the gun rack quickly, and gave another gun to Shankar. They gradually lifted the curtain of the room and emerged outside. A little away was the workers' hut with a circular roof. But where was the lion? Shankar pointed with his finger and said, "Sir, I just saw it. It was trying to dig through the thatch." The chief said,
"It's fled away. Wake everyone up."
In no time, there was a big commotion in the camp. The laborers came out carrying iron rods, clubs, and pickaxes. They made a big noise and looked for the lion. A hole was indeed seen in the roof. The lion's paw mark too was seen. But where is lion? It had made off. They made the fires bigger by putting more wood and dry leaves. That night, many couldn't sleep, and no one ventured outside the room. At the end of the night, Shankar had fallen asleep in his own room when he heard a tremendous noise. He woke up. The Maasai warriors were shouting fiercely, "Simba, Simba." He heard 2 gunshots. Shankar rushed out of the room and asked a man what happened. The man replied, "In the late night everyone just fallen asleep, and that moment the lion had attacked and wounded a mule in the stable." The next evening, a young laborer was killed by a lion within 100 yards of the campsite. The day after, another laborer captured it from under the baobab tree. The laborers were too terrified to go out. When a railway track is constructed, laborers has to go far in small groups with pickaxes for working. Now, they didn't want to leave the room even during daylight. Staying inside the room was also unsafe at night. Everyone was worried if he would be the next victim. Life became terribly uncertain. Only the Maasai warriors remained steady. They feared nothing, not even death. They continued their work far as 2 miles away from the camp with their pickaxes. And the chief engineer visited the site with his rifle a couple of times during the day to see if things were all right. Many attempts were made, but the lion's ferocity did not diminish. Despite the steps taken to secure the camp, the laborers could not get rid of the lions. Some of the men felt there were several man-eating lions, not just one. How many of them could be shot? The chief said,
"There are not many man-eating lions. Only one of them was doing all the damage."
One day, chief engineer called Shankar and asked him to take the gun and visit the site where the pickaxe laborers were working. Shankar replied, "Sir, give me your manlature." The chief agreed. Shankar took off on a mule with the rifle. About a mile away from their camp was a watering hole of wild animals. By the time Shankar reached the places, it was almost 3 o'clock. No one was around, and the sun's rays created a heat wave in the field. Suddenly, the mule stopped and refused to move forward. Shankar felt that the mule was afraid to go towards the place. A little later something moved in the nearby bushes, but he could not see anything. He got off the mule, but the animal did not want to move. Suddenly, a cold shudder ran down Shankar's spine. Was something waiting for him in the bush? He had heard that many times it is like this. Lions track their prey silently from behind bushes, and attack taking advantage of the secluded spot. If that is the case, Shankar felt it would be unsafe to go any farther. He decided to return. The moment he turned back with his mules towards the tent, there was something stirred in the bushes. Before Shankar understood what was happening, a massive tawny animal jumped upon the mule with a blood-curdling roar. Shankar was a few yards away from the mule. He immediately stood back and raised the gun and shot twice. It was not clear whether the bullet hit, but then the mule fell to the ground and the massive animal ran away. Shankar examines the mule's shoulder with a lot of flesh torn apart, blood covering the ground. The mule was thrashing about in pain. Shankar ended his suffering with a single shot. He returned to the camp, slowly and cautiously. The chief said
that the lion was surely injured. If the bullets hit, it would have to be injured. But the question was whether bullet had hit it or not.
Shankar told the engineer he was not sure. He had just fired the gun. Construction team searched the area carefully for 2 to 3 days but could not find any wounded or dead lion. It started raining in the beginning of June. Due to the presence of lions and the nearby swamps, the area became unsanitary, and as a result, the camp was withdrawn from there. Shankar did not continue with the construction company for long. He got a job as a station master at a small station, about 30 miles from Kisumu, and went there with his belongings. With a new job under his belt, Shankar got off from train cheerfully. His train reached a very remote station, around 3 in the afternoon. The station was very small. The platform was surrounded by a fence made of barbed wire. There was a quarter, behind the station, that would be Shankar's new home. It was tiny, almost like a pigeonhole. When the train, that brought him there, went off towards Kisumu, Shankar felt like he had fallen into an isolated sea. He had never imagined such an utterly isolated place in his life. He was the sole employee at this station, without any colleagues. He was the station master, a signalman, and everything, all rolled into one. The reason for this arrangement was that these stations were not yet profitable. Their existence was still being tested. The railway company was not willing to spend more money on them. Only one train arrived in the morning, besides the one that had left just now, and there were no trains throughout the day. Therefore, Shankar would have plenty of free time on his hands. He had to understand his responsibilities with minimal guidance. The previous station master was a middle-aged Gujarati, knew English quite well. He prepared tea for Shankar and himself. There was not much to explain about the job. Gujarati man was delighted to have a companion to talk after a long time. They both explored the surroundings of the platform. Shankar asked, "Why is it surrounded by a barbed wire fence?" Gujarati man replied,
Oh, that's nothing. After all, this place is in the middle of nowhere.
Shankar thought that the man had kept something secret. But Shankar did not insist or bother him further. In the evening, the respectable man invited Shankar to have dinner with him. While eating, suddenly the man exclaimed,
"Oh, I forgot something."
"What is it? Did you forget something important?"
"Yes, there is no drinking water here. I forgot to get drinking water from the train."
"What you are saying? There should be water somewhere nearby."
"Nowhere. There is a well, but its water is salty and useless. It can't be used for anything except washing. We get drinking water from the train every day."
"It's quite rarest place. No drinking water. No people." Shankar couldn't understand why the station was established in such a place. But he didn't find the answer from the man. The next morning, the station master left. Shankar was alone. He did his work, had his meals, and slept on the big table in the afternoon. When the shadow fell towards evening, he wandered around the platform. The station was surrounded by vast fields, endless horizons, long grass forests and distant rows of hills. The scenery was beautifully enchanting. The Gujarati man forbade him that he should not wander in these fields alone. Shankar asked why, but there hadn't been a clear answer. But Shankar found the answer from another direction that same night. Without waiting for the night to fall, Shankar sat in the station waiting room, writing a diary with a lighted lantern. The door in front was closed, but not locked, and there was a faint sound coming from behind the door. Shankar cautiously peered outside the door, and saw a huge lion with his nose on the glass, right outside the door. Shankar froze in fear. The door will open with a little push. He is also completely restless. But he remained completely still. There was only a ruler on the table, nothing else. The lion, with a sense of humor, looking at Shankar and the lantern on the table. It seemed as if he was examining it intently. It wasn't long, maybe a minute or two, but Shankar thought how long he and the lion had been staring at each other. Thereafter the lion lost interest in the tiny human, and moved away from the door in a casual manner. Shankar suddenly regained his consciousness. He quickly went and lifted the door handle. By now he understood why there was a barbed wire fence around the station. But Shankar made a mistake. He understood only partially, and it took him a couple of days to find the remaining answer. The answer came from another direction. The next day, Shankar told the guard about the incident of the previous night. The guard is a good man, listened to everything and said,
Such situations are prevalent everywhere in this area. 12 miles away from here, there is another station where the same situation exists. This incident is not limited to just here.
Was he about to say something else? But abruptly stopped and boarded the train. After the train started moving, he shouted to Shankar,
Be careful at all times. Don't let down your guard.
Shankar became worried. What was he trying to say? Is there something more than just the lion? Regardless, from that day onwards, Shankar kept a fire burning in front of the station building every evening. He would close the door before dusk and enter the station building, spending many nights sitting and listening or writing diaries. The experience of the night was extraordinary. In the dense darkness of the vast wilderness, a sound is created by the wind passing through the branches of the yucca tree on the platform. In the middle of the field, the fox calls out. Deep in the night, the roar of a lion is heard somewhere. A marvelous life. That's what he desired. It is in his blood. This life, in this desolate region. In this mysterious night. With the sky filled with unknown stars. In this fear of danger. This is the life. A safe and quiet life might be the goal of most people, but he was not one of them. One day, after he signaled off the afternoon train, Shankar was about to enter his kitchen. He stepped back swiftly when he saw something hanging from a post. A big yellow cobra was watching him with bared fangs and icy eyes, holding its hood 2 feet away from the post. Had he noticed the snake even 2 seconds later, this story would have ended here. Now the big question before Shankar was, how to get rid of the snake. The next moment the snake quickly crawled up the post and disappeared in the straw above. Quite a commotion. Shankar must go to that room to cook his meal. It is not the lion, that he might shut the door and keeps the fire burning outside. Shankar hesitated a little, and went into the kitchen, and somehow hurriedly finished cooking and came out to the station house with food and drink before evening. But what is faith at the station house? When will the snake enter the house through some crevice, and how can it be prevented? The next day, on the morning train, a new porter got off from the guard's compartment with Shankar's ration. Twice a week from Mombasa, rice and potatoes are sent by the railway company to the employees of these isolated stations. The cost was deducted from their monthly salaries. The porter who came to drop the sack is Indian, from the Gujarat region. Taking down the bag, he looked at Shankar in a strange way. He quickly got on the train and left, so that Shankar does not ask him anything. What a mysterious secret is hidden in that place. No one wants to reveal it to him. It seems like disclosure is prohibited. What is the matter? 2 days later, he almost stepped on a snake while entering his quarters. Once again, it was a yellow cobra. It could have been the same snake. There is no evidence that it is not a new one. Shankar examined the station house, his quarters, and the surrounding land well that day. Big holes in the ground all over the place, in the quarter yard, on the kitchen wall, on the dirt platform, holes and cracks and rat soil everywhere. However, because of his lack of experience, he couldn't understand anything. One day, later that night he was sleeping in the station house. It was a very dark night. The room was pitch black. Suddenly Shankar's sleep was disturbed. One of his senses woke up, as if alerting him to an impending danger. In the darkness, it felt like there was a faint sound echoing in the room. Why couldn't he find the torch? It seemed like there was some mysterious sound echoing within the darkness of the room. Suddenly, he felt the torch in his hand. He turned it towards the direction in front of him, and the torch lit up. With a mixture of fear and astonishment, he sat on the bed, holding the torch. Between him and the wall, momentarily dazzled by the sudden flash of a torch, the head is raised, revealing Africa's cruelest and most ferocious snake. The black mamba. The snake had raised, almost half a meter from the floor of the room. It was not something surprising. When the black mamba usually confronts a human, it strikes with its venomous fangs. Shankar also heard, being freed from the black mamba is a form of rebirth. Shankar has a quality since childhood. He is not easily distracted by danger, and he can maintain control over his nervous system, even in grave danger. Shankar understood that, if his hand trembled even slightly, the light would disappear from the snake's eyes, and at that moment the snake would attack. He realized that his life depended on the firm and steady grip of the torch's light towards the snake's eyes. If he could maintain this grip, he would be safe. But, if the torch moved even slightly, then there is no way for him to survive. Shankar held on to the torch tightly. The snake's eyes seemed to burn like two flames. The snake's compact and slender body exudes a terrifying power and anger, resembling a standing whip. Shankar forgot about everything around him. The surroundings, the country of Africa, his job at the railway, the Kisumu line from Mombasa, his country, his parents. The whole world had become empty, transformed into those two flickering flames in front of him, leaving emptiness beyond. Darkness is a void like death, like the aftermath of destruction. Truth exists only in this fiercely rising poisonous mamba, capable of injecting 1,500 milligrams of deadly venom with each bite, and ready to unleash its power. Shankar's hand is trembling, his fingers are becoming numb, and it feels like there is no strength in his hand, from the elbow to the fingertips. How long will he hold the torch? Maybe the two beads of light were not the eyes of a snake, maybe they were fireflies or stars. Or maybe it seems like the brightness of the torch battery is coming down. Why is the white light becoming yellow and dull? But there were no changes in the fireflies or stars, they are still just as bright. Was it night or day? Will it be morning or evening? Shankar calms himself down. He was momentarily hypnotized by the sparkling eyes. He had to remain alert. In this endless wilderness, there was no one else on the field. He knows his life depends on his own nerves. But he could not go on like this any longer. His arm was becoming completely numb. How long could he hold the torch? Let the snake bite, he wanted to rest his arm. Thereafter, the wall clock struck 3 times. Perhaps Shankar's life had to end sharp at 3 o'clock in the morning. Because his hand trembled, the beads of light in front went out. But where did the snake go? Why didn't it strike? In an instant, Shankar understood that the snake too had temporarily hypnotized, like him. This was his only chance. Faster than electricity, he opened the door in the darkness, went outside, and closed the door from outside the house. He spent the rest of the night on the platform. The next morning, when the train arrived, he explained everything to the guard. The guard came in to see the room along with Shankar. There was no sign of a snake inside the house. The guard was a good man, he said.
Let me tell you then. I have never told you this before. Because I didn't want to scare you. Last night, you have escaped from the death. The previous station master also met his end because of the snake. 2 station masters before him died of snake bites in the station quarters. Where the black mamba lives in Africa, no one comes out alive. I am telling you as a friend, please don't tell the superiors that you heard this from me. Do apply for a transfer. Today.
Shankar replied, I will do that. But it will take some time to get response. Meanwhile, can you do me a favor? I am completely unarmed here. Please get me a revolver or a rifle as a survival tool. And some carbolic acid. Please give me the carbolic acid today, on your way back. He asked a porter of the train to stay back. Together, they spent the whole day to close the holes everywhere. On examination, it appeared that the snake had come out of a hole in the western wall of the station premises. These were rat holes. It is possible that a snake may have entered the hole from outside in search of rats. They closed the hole as far as they could. Shankar collected a bottle of carbolic acid from the guard of down train. He spread acid everywhere and around the house. The porter handed him a big stick. Within 2 or 3 days, the railway company provided him a gun. There was hardly any water at the station. The water that is available from the train can be used for cooking and drinking. Shankar had almost no water to take a bath. The well too had dried up completely. One day, Shankar came to know that there was a lake about 3 miles away, where the water was good. More interestingly, there were fishes in the lake. One day, after the morning train left, Shankar walked down to the lake, eager to get into the cool water and to catch some fish. He had got fishing equipment, which he was brought from Mombasa. A Somali porter showed him the way. The lake was not large, had yucca tree and tall grass around it. After swimming in it for some time, Shankar sat down, holding a fishing rod. Within 2 hours, he was able to catch a number of small fish that looked somewhat like catfish. He wanted to continue fishing for some more time, but he had to reach the station in time for the afternoon train. Since then, he began going to the lake often. Sometimes, he had a porter for company. But often, he went alone. The problem of taking baths was solved. Gradually, the summer became worse. The dreadful summer of Africa. It was difficult to go out in the sun after 9 in the morning. After 11, the savannah seemed to catch fire. But Shankar's colleagues from the trains told him this was nothing compared to the summer in Central and South Africa. Soon, an incident took place that changed Shankar's life. One day morning, Shankar went for fishing. On afternoon around 3. While returning from the lake, he was about a mile away from the station, when he heard someone groaning in the scorched grassland. Shankar guessed the direction the sound came from, and went after it. There was a man, sitting in the sparse shadow of a yucca tree. Shankar rushed towards the man. The man was a European, wearing worn-out jacket and trousers that had several patches. He had large eyes, a red beard, and a handsome face. It seemed he had a strong physique once, but presently he was abnormally thin, possibly due to disease and starvation. The man, leaning on the tree, was semi-conscious. A faded Stetson hung on one side of his head, and a khaki canvas bag lay by his side. Shankar asked him in English, "Where are you from?" Without saying anything, the man made a sign with his left hand and said,
A little more water. I need some water."
Shankar said, "Sorry. I have no water with me. Can you lean on me, and walk up to the station?" With great difficulty, the man walked for some distance leaning on Shankar. Towards the end, Shankar had to carry him on his shoulder. That delayed him. The afternoon train had come, and gone in his absence. Shankar made a bed for the stranger in the station room, and gave him some food and water. The man looked a little better, but he was running through a fever. In fact, his forehead was burning. Clearly, his illness had something to do with extreme fatigue and starvation. It didn't seem he would recover in a day or two. After some time, the man was able to introduce himself. He was a Portuguese by the name Diego Alvarez. He had been tanned permanently by the African sun. At night, he slept in the station room. Shankar did not know what to do with the sick man. There was no doctor or medical help anywhere nearby. The morning train did not go towards Mombasa. He could be sent to Mombasa with the guard of the afternoon train. But that was a long way off. It is possible, if only they had been able to come back in time for the afternoon train. There would not have been any trouble at all. Shankar did not sleep that night. He sat beside the patient, who was just a bag of bones. In this wilderness, far away from home, this sick man had no one else to look after him. Since childhood, Shankar could not bear to see others suffering. He did whatever he could to comfort the stranger. Perhaps even his close relatives couldn't have done anything more. When the moon rose above the low hills in the east, and the stillness of the night filled the vast plain, fierce roars of lions were heard from the savannah. The sick man was in a slumber. On hearing the lions, he got up with a start. Shankar said, "Don't be afraid. The lions are far away, and the door to this room is bolted." Shankar went out and stood on the platform. The fascinatingly beautiful night cast a spell upon him. The moon was close to the horizon, and the long shadows of the yucca tree were stretched from east to west. The grassland was quiet, rather, absolutely still. The lion roared again, from within 500 yards behind the station quarters. But Shankar, quite used to these roars by now, was no longer intimidated. Fascinated by the beautiful night, he forgot about the lions. After some time, the clock struck 2, and he returned to the station room. Shankar saw after reach to the room that the man was sitting on his makeshift bed. He said,
"Please give me some water."
The man spoke English fluently. Shankar poured some water from the canteen for him. By that time, his temperature had dropped. It was rather frosty. The man said,
"Hey, what were you saying? You were saying I was afraid. Diego Alvarez will be afraid." "Young man, you don't know who is Diego Alvarez."
A faint smile played upon his lips, a smile that conveyed despair, dejection, and sarcasm, all at the same time. The effort of talking seemed to have exhausted him. He sank back in the bed once again. Shankar watched the man closely, and felt that he was not just an ordinary, run-of-the-mill European fortune-seeker. Shankar's eyes chanced upon his fingers. They were strong and stout. The veins showed on his arms like threads. He had strong jaws underneath the red beard. Everything about him indicated a robust character. With the fever gone, the real man seemed to be emerging slowly. He said,
"Hey, please come close. You have saved my life. If I had a son, he could not have done more. Let me tell you, I am not going to live long. I know my days are numbered. I want to return your favor. Are you an Indian? How much do you earn? When for this pittance, you have left your country and come so far, you must be a brave man. And tough too. Listen to me carefully, but promise that, before my death, you will not reveal to anybody what I'm going to say now."
Shankar gave the man his word. Then, as that amazing night moved slowly, he heard an unbelievably fascinating story, the likes of which are found only in works of fiction.
Young man. How old are you? 22. 22 years ago, in 1888 or 89. When you were still a baby, in your mother's arms, I prospected for gold, in a mountain to the north of the Cape Colony. At that time, I was young myself. I didn't care a fig for the word danger. I purchased my provisions in the town of Bulawayo, and started off alone, with just 2 donkeys to carry the luggage. I crossed the Zambezi River, but I knew almost nothing about the terrain or the country. There were small hills, grasslands, and a few villages. Eventually, I reached an area where there were no signs of human settlement. I reached where no European had ever set foot earlier. Whenever I came across a river or stream, I keenly looked for traces of gold. I had read that many fortune seekers had found something in South Africa and had become enormously rich. I had heard so many of these stories since my childhood. In fact, I came to Africa because I was tempted by these stories. But for 2 long years, I wandered about without success. I went through much hardship during that time. Once I even stumbled upon a fortune, but lost it. One morning, I shot an antelope. I pitched my tent, roasted the meat and had a sumptuous lunch. After that, I went to sleep as it was too hot to walk in the afternoon. In summer, the temperature range go up 115 to 130 degrees. I had got up and was cleaning my rifle when I found the gun sight was missing. It is difficult to aim properly without the sight. I searched for it for quite some time, but couldn't find it. Nearby, there was a mound on which I saw some small, white, hard stones. There were many of them on the surface of the mound. I selected a piece, shaped it, and tied it to the barrel of my rifle for the time being. Then in the evening, I left the place and moved northwards. Slowly, I forgot where I had pitched my tent that day. About 15 days later, I met Jim Carter, an Englishman. Like me, he too was wandering about in search of gold. He had 2 Matabele porters with him. We were happy to see each other. He too was a traveler like me, but was older than me. One day, Jim was checking my rifle. Suddenly he said in a surprised voice, "How come you have such an unusual sight?" When I told him the story, he got seriously worked up, and said, "Didn't you realize this is silver? It's the mineral form of silver. This is usually found in or around a silver deposit. My estimate is that from about a ton of this rock, we would get at least 9,000 ounces of silver. Let's go there immediately. We are going to be millionaires soon." Let me be brief. Along with Carter, I went back the way I had come. But despite our best efforts for 4 months, despite suffering terribly, despite losing our way in the cruel, flat, desert-like veldt, despite having several close encounters with death, I just couldn't find that place. When I had taken down my tent, I hadn't noticed the area carefully. In the African veldt, there are no landmarks. Every place looks just like any other. It is difficult to identify a precise location. After many fruitless attempts, we gave up hope, and started walking towards the River Gway. Jim Carter did not leave me. He was with me till his death. It's frightful even to think of his terrible end. During that expedition, we went through extreme physical hardship. But the worst hardship was thirst. So, we decided to travel only along rivers. Food was not a problem, we used to get plenty of game. When we came across villages, we bought sweet potatoes and chicken. Once, we crossed the Orange River, and stayed in a village about 50 miles from the river. There, a daughter of the village chief suddenly fell ill. We saw a small naked girl of 5 or 6 violently thrashing about in pain. She had a bad stomach ache. All the villagers were crying and running around, convinced that the girl was under the spell of an evil spirit. They were also convinced that the spirit would be satisfied only after killing the poor child. After asking her parents, we gathered that she had gone to the jungle, and the spirit had entered her body there. I guessed she would have eaten too much of some wild fruit, and it was those fruits which were causing all the trouble. I asked her whether she had eaten any fruit in the jungle. Yes, she had. Were the fruits unripe? No, not the fruit. She had eaten the seeds. The seeds were the edible part of that fruit. The visiting spirit left after a dose of homeopathic medicine from a box of medicines we had with us. We became honored as guests of the village. We stayed there as the chief's guest for 15 days. We used to shoot large eland antelope and invite the villagers for dinner. When we were leaving the village, the chief said, "You people are fond of white stones, aren't you? They are good to play with. Shall I get some for you?" Wait a minute. Soon, he came back with a stone as big as a fig. Jim and I were stunned. A diamond. An uncut diamond, collected from the surface of a diamond reserve or mine. The chief said, "Look at the high mountain far away. The one which looks hazy. You can reach the place within a moon. We have heard that plenty of these stones are found there, although we have never been there. It's a dangerous place, the domain of the demon Bunip." Many moons ago, 3 daredevil men from our village went there, ignoring all warnings. They never came back. On another occasion, a white man like you were here. This happened many, many moons ago, in the time of my father or maybe, grandfather. He too went there but did not come back. As soon as we left the hamlet, we checked our maps. The hazy mountains far away were the Richtersvelds, the most treacherous, impenetrable, and unknown area in southern Africa. Except for a few brave heart geologists, no civilized man had ever been there. Most of the regions of this thickly forested mountain were uncharted. There was no map. Nobody knew anything about the place. Both Jim and I could feel the blood racing in our veins. We were convinced that the mountain and the forest were waiting for us, with their enormous secret treasure. We just had to go there. After trekking the difficult terrain for 17 days, we reached the dense forest at the foothills of the Richtersveld. I have told you that this mountain is in one of the most difficult places in South Africa. We did not find human habitation there. The jungle looked solid and impenetrable. It was as if no woodcutter had ever been there. We reached there an hour before sunset. Jim suggested that we pitch our tent there, and we stopped at that point for the night. Jim gathered dry twigs for lighting a fire, and I started cooking. We had shot 2 wildfowls in the morning. We would roast them for our meal. I was busy plucking the feathers off the birds, when Jim said, "Please leave the birds. Let's have some coffee first." The fire was roaring. I put the kettle on, and started working on the birds again when we heard a lion roar from close quarters. As Jim left with his rifle, I told him, "It's getting dark, don't go too far." I was still skinning the birds, when I heard 2 gunshots. After a few seconds, there was another noise. Then it was all quiet. 10 minutes passed. Seeing no sign of Jim, I took my rifle, and went out towards the direction of the sound. I saw Jim coming, pulling something heavy. He said, "An excellent hide. It will be finished by hyenas, if left outside. Let's drag it to the tent." We dragged the huge lion, close to the campfire. Soon it became dark. We had supper and tucked ourselves in. Late that night, we were awakened by the roars of a lion. It was roaring nearby. In the darkness, I could not make out exactly how far it was. I sat up on the bed with my rifle. Jim said in a sleepy voice, "Must be the mate of the one I killed." He turned around and fell asleep immediately. I went out, and found the fire had died out. Some dry sticks were still left. I lit the fire again and went back to bed. The following day, we entered the forest in the morning. After some time, we met a few locals. They were in the jungle to hunt. We tried to tempt them with tobacco, and make them work as our porters and guides. They said, "You have no idea about this place. If you had, you would not have made such a silly offer. No one goes deeper into this jungle. Once you cross the low hill in front of us, you will reach a densely forested stretch of plain. And you will see another hill on the other side of the plains. That hill is much higher. The valley between the two hills is dangerous. The Bunyip lives there. No one ever returns from Bunyip's territory. Nobody goes there. You expect us to walk into the jaws of death for a little tobacco? You too ought to give up such crazy ideas." We asked, "What is a Bunyip?" They did not know. But they made it clear that, although they did not know what Bunyip was, they knew well how destructive it was. Neither of us knew what fear meant. Particularly Jim. He insisted that we crack the puzzle of Bunyip, whether we discover diamonds or not. If only I had known that fate was leading Jim to his death.
The elderly man looked worn out, after the long monologue that had cast a spell on Shankar. He looked at the patched-up clothes of the dying man, his stout arms criss-crossed with veins, his steely blue eyes under conjoined grey eyebrows. Shankar silently bowed to him. A real man. Shankar had not met anyone like him before. The man said,
"Another glass of water, please."
After a few gulps, Diego Alvarez picked up the thread of his story.
Thereafter, we continued our journey through the forest. There were tall trees and huge ferns, and countless colorful orchids and lianas. In some places, the bushes under the trees were so thick that we could hardly move forward. The undergrowth was dense, and some of them had sharp thorns. The foliage was so dense that we wondered whether sunlight ever entered that jungle. The sky could not be seen. The jungle was home to a large number of baboons of all sizes, and they were a menace. Not scared of humans, they gnashed their teeth at us. Some male baboons were very aggressive, but our guns kept them at bay. Jim said,
"Let's look at the sunny side. There will never be shortage of food here."
We walked through the jungle for a week. Jim was right. Every day, we killed a baboon for our meals. Many streams cascaded down the mountain, so there was no shortage of water either. But drinking water from the streams had its own problems. One day, we stopped next to a stream, and lit a fire for roasting baboon meat. Jim was thirsty, he drank plenty of water from the stream. In a short while, he had violent stomach cramps and started puking. I know a little bit of science. I tested the water, and found it had a high level of arsenic. Possibly upstream, the water flowed over a layer of arsenic. I gave Jim a homeopathic medicine from my medicine box. By evening he was better. In that forest, except for the baboons and a few poisonous snakes, we found no animals. Without, of course, counting the birds and the butterflies. Only in tropical rainforests do you see such a variety of birds and butterflies. First, we came across a relatively lower range of the Richtersveld Mountains. After crossing it, we camped in a dense forest in a valley. A narrow stream flowed through the valley. We were happy to find the stream, because rich minerals are often found in or around such streams. We started testing soil samples from the riverbed and nearby areas, but there was nothing precious. There was not a speck of gold. We began to lose hope after about 3 more weeks. One evening, as we were drinking coffee, Jim said,
"I have a feeling we will find gold here. Let's stay put for some more time."
3 more weeks passed. Baboon meat became intolerable. Even a fellow like Jim seemed to be giving up. I said, "Enough is enough. Jim, let's go back." The tribal chief played a trick on us. There is no fortune here.
Jim said, "This mountain has many parallel ridges. I won't leave before checking them all."
One day, while sieving sand from the riverbed, Jim and I saw a half-buried piece of yellow stone among the pebbles. Our faces lit up with surprise and happiness. Jim said,
"Diego, at last, reward for all our hard work. You know what it is, don't you?"
I knew. The famous yellow diamond of South Africa. But our happiness was, unfortunately, premature. We found no diamond deposit nearby. The stone had been carried downstream by the flowing water. It only implied that in that vast, impregnable forest up the river, somewhere, there was a reserve of yellow diamonds. The stream had brought down just one piece. It would be a formidable task to pinpoint the deposit proper. We were prepared to accept the challenge. But the demon that protected that enormous fortune of diamonds interrupted our mission quite abruptly. One afternoon, we were resting on a patch of clear ground. There was a palm tree close by. Around the foot of the tree, there were thick shrubs. Suddenly, we saw something was shaking the palm tree violently. The leaves of the tree fluttered as if a storm was blowing. Its trunk too was shaking. We were baffled. No wind was blowing. How did the palm shake? Jim immediately went into the shrubs to check what was wrong. Seconds later, there was a blood-curdling scream from within the shrubs. Clearly, Jim was in excruciating pain. I rushed in with my rifle. Jim was bleeding profusely. He had been mauled by an animal. His chest had been ripped open by the sharp claws of an immensely strong creature. It was as if a pillow had been torn to shreds. Jim managed to say just 2 words. "A monster." And gestured to me.
"Run, run away."
Minutes later, Jim breathed his last. I went to check the palm tree. A few big scales were stuck on its trunk. It looked as if an enormously strong animal had been brushing its scaly back on the palm, which had made the tree shake violently. There was no sign of the animal. I pulled Jim's body out of the shrub into the open area, and with my rifle went to check the other side of the shrub. I saw the footprints of a huge animal with just 3 toes. I followed the footprints for some distance. The trail ended in front of a cave. At the entrance of the cave, I saw the large footprints with 3 toes on the sandy soil. It had become almost dark. In the remote, unknown, treacherous valley between the ridges of 2 hills, I was tracking an even more unknown and dangerous beast. Turning towards right, I saw a steep basalt wall, rising almost 4,000 feet in the dim evening light. Way above, beyond the bamboo groves at the top of the hill, there was a trace of the last rays of the sun, or perhaps, it was a trick played by my eyes. It must have been just the endless sky. I thought it would be foolhardy to enter the cave. Even hanging around in front of it was most unsafe. I returned to our tent and kept vigil over Jim's body through the night, beside a roaring fire, with my rifle on my lap. Next morning, I buried Jim. Then I went looking for the animal again. But while searching for it, I could not find the cave. There were a number of caves in that hill, which looked similar. I did not recognize the cave I had seen in the fading light of the evening. I could not continue in the dangerous forest all alone. So, I walked back for 15 days, and reached the hamlet from where we had started off. The people received me warmly. I told them how Jim had died. The news scared them visibly. Their small eyes bulged out in terror. They said, "Oh God! Bunip. That's why no one goes into that forest. I walked for another 5 days, from the village to the Orange River. There I caught a Dutch boat and returned to civilization. I could not explore the Richtersveld again, although I tried to, several times. In between, there was the Boer War. I went to the battlefield. I was injured, and spent months in a Pretoria hospital. When I recovered, I worked in an orange orchard. I was there until recently. After living a quiet, peaceful life for almost 5 years, I started feeling restless again. So, once again, I was on the road. But I am an old man now. I think my journey is coming to an end. Please keep this map. It gives a rough direction of the Richtersveld mountain and the river, where we found the diamond. If you can muster the courage, go there. You will be a rich man. After the Boer War, 2 or 3 diamond deposits have been discovered, near the Guay River, not far from the river. But no one knows the place where we found the diamond. You should go there.
Diego Alvarez lay back on his bed, after completing the story. Alvarez got better soon, thanks to his robust build, and Shankar's nursing. But a born traveler like him, could not continue in one place for long. He started feeling restless, and in about 2 weeks' time, he decided to leave. In the meantime, Shankar too had made up his mind. He asked Alvarez, "Do you remember what you said when you were sick, about the diamond reserve?" The elderly man had shared his secrets when he was ill, but when he got better, he did not broach the subject again. That day, he did not talk, he was immersed in thought. Then late in the evening, he said,
"It's not that I was not thinking about it. But, do you have the courage to go after a chimera?"
Shankar said, "Let's check if I have. If you say yes today, I will send a wire to the Tsevo station asking for a replacement." After a long pause, Alvarez said,
"All right. Please send the telegram. But I must tell you, not everyone who prospects for gold or diamond finds something. I knew an 80-year-old man who had never found anything. But he always said, 'Now I have got precise information, I will strike it rich, soon.' He searched for gold in the Australian deserts and African veldt till his end."
10 days later, Alvarez and Shankar left for Kisumu. From there, they would board a steamer on the Lake Victoria, and sail to Mwanza in the south. On the way to Kisumu, they came across a grassland, where thousands of giraffes, zebras and gazelles were grazing. Shankar could not believe his eyes. He had never seen anything like that. The giraffes were not scared of people. They moved away, but by just about 50 yards, and peered at the 2 humans curiously. Alvarez said,
"One needs a special license from the government to shoot giraffe. And it is difficult to get. That makes them bold."
But the gazelles were exceptionally timid. In a herd, there were 200 or 300 of them. One of them looked up to, and the next moment, the entire herd galloped away to the other end of the valley. As Shankar and Alvarez had little money, they traveled on the deck of a British steamer. As the vessel left the tiny marina of Kisumu, Shankar saw African women, carrying chickens in their hands and babies on their backs. Maasai workers were going home on leave, carrying glass beads, mirrors, and inexpensive trinkets from Nairobi. Alvarez and Shankar got off the boat at Mwanza, and started walking. Their plan was to trek 300 miles to Tabora. After resting for a few days there, they would go to the port, Ujiji on the Tanganyika Lake. On the way, Alvarez told Shankar, "It's dangerous to walk through Tanganyika. There is a kind of fly here that causes sleeping sickness. Almost the entire population of this country has been wiped out by this epidemic. Besides, the area between Mwanza and Tabora is infested with lions. In fact, you can call this area the Kingdom of Lions." 10 miles from the town, they came across a small bungalow with a thatched roof. A European hunter was staying there. He greeted Alvarez warmly, but was confused to see Shankar with him. He asked Alvarez,
"This boy seems to be Indian. Where did you find him? Is your coolie?"
Alvarez said,
"He is my son." The European raised his eyebrows. Alvarez then described how he had met Shankar and what Shankar had done for him. But he did not give the slightest hint about the purpose of their journey or their destination. The other man smiled and said,
"Good. He seems brave and caring too. I have heard Hindus of the East Indies are nice people. Once, in Uganda, a Sikh was very kind to me. I will never forget his hospitality. Please stay as my guests tonight. This is a government bungalow. Like you, I have been trekking through the day. I came here just a few hours ago."
The gentleman had a portable gramophone. Later that evening, after they had their dinner of tinned tomatoes and sardines, they sat outside the bungalow, listening to music. A lion roared nearby. It was probably roaring with its head close to the ground, 'cause it's feel like the earth reverberated with the roar. Their host said,
"Tanganyika is the land of ferocious lions, and most of them have tasted human blood, and it seems they like it."
Shankar pondered over this piece of cheerful news. From his experience at the railway camp in Uganda, he knew only too well how dangerous lions could be. The next morning, they set off again. Their host for the night cautioned them about the sleeping sickness flies, which were usually seen after sunrise. They had to be avoided at all costs. Alvarez and Shankar were following a narrow trail through a field of tall grass. Alvarez said,
Be careful. Lions often hide behind grass. Don't fall behind.
For Shankar, the only comfort was that Alvarez was carrying a gun and he was a crack shot. But even then, Shankar did not feel very secure. He knew that lions were capable of picking up their victims quietly, all of a sudden. And if that happened, there would be no time even to take the rifle off your back.
That day, about an hour before sunset, Alvarez said,
There is no village nearby. It would not be safe to walk after dark.
They pitched camp in an open field for the night. They put up a small tent by hanging 2 pieces of canvas under a massive baobab tree. Shankar lit a fire with dry leaves and twigs and started cooking. Exhausted after the long walk, they fell asleep in no time. Late in the night, Shankar woke up with a start when Alvarez called him.
Shankar, wake up. There is an animal close to our tent. Pick up your gun.
Through the thin canvas of the tent, they could hear a large animal breathing. The baobab tree looked like a demon in the dim light of the fading campfire. Shankar was about to get out of the bed with his gun, but his senior comrade stopped him. The next moment, the animal tried to rush into their tent. Alvarez fired 2 shots. Shankar too raised his gun and took aim. But before he could press the trigger, Alvarez's rifle boomed again. Thereafter, it was all quiet. They turned on their electric torch, and went out cautiously. The torch showed a huge lion that was about to enter their shelter. It was still alive, but badly injured. It breathed its last after they fired 2 more bullets. Alvarez looked at the stars and said,
"The night is still young. Let's catch up on our sleep."
They went in and lay down. After a few seconds, Shankar was surprised to hear his companion snoring. He, however, could not fall asleep. After half an hour, all the lions in the savannah seemed to compete with Alvarez's snoring. They roared in unison. It was terrifying. Shankar was familiar with the lion's roar, but this was different. He never forgot that roar in his life. And the lion was not far from their tent. Alvarez woke up and said,
"Oh no! It is not going to let us sleep. Must be the mate of the dead one. Be careful."
It was an awful night. The fire had almost died out. In that impenetrable darkness, a thin canvas separated them from a desperate animal that had just lost its mate. It kept roaring. It came close one moment, and went away in the next. And through the night, it kept circling the tent. The lion left a little before dawn. They too struck camp and started off. About 2 weeks later, Shankar and Alvarez boarded a steamer at the port of Ujiji on the Lake Tanganyika. After crossing the lake, they purchased a few essential articles at a small town called Albertville. Between Albertville and Cabello, there was a railroad run by the Belgian government. From Cabello, they would sail again for 3 days, this time on the river Congo, toward Sunkaini. At Sunkaini, they would leave the river behind and go southwards, into unmapped forests and deserts. Cabello, a dirty small town, was home to some shady men of Portuguese, Belgian, and mixed descent. Shankar walked out of the railway station. He had an unpleasant experience. A man, about 7 feet tall and equally broad, stopped him.
Hey young man. You seem to be new here. I am sure you don't know me. I am Albuquerque.
Shankar looked behind. Alvarez was yet to come out of the station. An evil-looking giant of a man stood before Shankar. He was so well built that every muscle in his body stood out. Shankar said stiffly, "Pleased to meet you." The man said,
So, black fellow, you are from East Indies, are not you? Come, let's play a game of poker.
Shankar was getting angry. He said, "Sorry. I would not like to play poker with you." He knew poker was only a pretext. The man actually wanted to cheat him. Shankar had heard that poker was a kind of gambling with cards. He had no idea how it was played, but he had heard that in Nairobi, crooks cheated tourists by playing poker with them. It was a kind of daylight robbery. Hearing Shankar's reply, the rogue flared up. He frowned, gnashed his teeth, came close and said in a contorted voice,
What did you say, you wretched nigger? You seem to be too smart for an Indian. For your benefit, let me tell you that Albuquerque's pistol has done away with scores of dirty niggers like you. Listen to me carefully. My rules are simple. Whenever a new fellow arrives at Cabello, he has to either play poker with me or face me in a duel.
Shankar knew that a duel with the ruffian would mean instant death, for handling a gun was part of Albuquerque's job description. Shankar would have little chance against him. After all, till the other day, he had been just a railway clerk. On the other hand, if he chose to play poker, he would lose all his money. Perhaps. Shankar took half a minute to think. The man removed his pistol from the leather holster in a flash, held it on Shankar's chest and said,
Duel or poker?
The crude challenge made Shankar's blood boil. He would not submit to brute force, even if it meant death. He was about to say, duel, when he heard a steely voice from behind.
Drop your gun, or I am going to blow your brains off.
They both turned towards the voice. Alvarez stood firmly, his Winchester repeater, aimed at Albuquerque's head. Shankar took advantage of the situation, and slipped behind Albuquerque's pistol. Alvarez said,
So, you want a duel with a boy? Shame on you. Drop your gun before I count 3. 1, 2.
The pistol dropped from Albuquerque's slack hand. Alvarez continued.
Thinking that the boy is alone, you are posing very bravely, right?
Shankar was quick to pick up Albuquerque's pistol. Albuquerque was puzzled. He had not expected someone like Alvarez to come to Shankar's rescue. He smiled and said,
All right, mate, I give up, you win. Young lad, give my pistol back. Don't worry, you two are a mate. Let's shake hands. Albuquerque does not bear a grudge. My cabin is just around the corner. Come and join me for a mug of beer.
Alvarez knew his own people. He accepted the offer, and they went to Albuquerque's shack. As Shankar did not drink beer, Albuquerque made coffee for him. He talked to them as if nothing had happened, shared jokes, and laughed heartily. The experience made a deep and lasting impression on Shankar. Albuquerque had completely forgotten the humiliation, and talked to them as if they were long-lost friends. Indeed, Shankar had not met men like him. The following morning, they boarded another steamer and sailed southwards. Shankar was thrilled to see the scenery on the two sides of the river. He had not seen such lush green forests until now. He had been to parts of Africa that did not have dense jungles. He had seen grasslands, which were bare, but for occasional trees like cedars and acacias. But here, as the steamer went southwards, the jungles on the banks revealed a myriad of shades of green. There were massive trees with thick foliage, big creepers, and countless arrays of wild flowers. Shankar felt Mother Nature was beside herself with joy. She was reveling in her own beauty, her own richness. Shankar was not a toughened fortune seeker like Diego Alvarez. He had grown up in the green fields of Bengal. The artist in him soon got lost in the wealth of beauty of the golden afternoons, and wove it into the warp and weft of his imagination. At night, Shankar saw the mysterious flora and fauna coming to life under an unknown sky filled with stars. He heard howls of wild animals from within the jungle. Lost in the dark splendor, Shankar stayed awake, ignoring the frosty breeze of the Central African night. There, the dazzling Ursa Major. Thousands of miles away, the same constellation would have risen over his small village tonight. And the slender new moon would be shining there too. He had come a long way from that familiar region. No one knew how much further he might go, and where his journey will end. 2 days later, the boat docked at Sankaini. From there, they started walking again. The area was not wooded. It was an immense, barren plain but for euphorbia shrubs. The vast plains offered Shankar a sense of freedom. The magical twilight and moonlight transformed the afternoons and nights of Africa into a fairy tale kingdom. But Alvarez, the ever so practical hard-nosed adventurer, said,
This felt looks the same everywhere. Beware, you could easily lose your way out here.
Alvarez's words turned out to be prophetic. After sunset, they pitched camp on the slope of a hillock and lit a fire. Shankar went out in search of water. He carried Alvarez's rifle, but had only 2 cartridges. Half an hour passed, a thin veil of darkness covered the veldt. Shankar felt he had not been walking for more than half an hour. But suddenly, looking around him, he felt uncomfortable. He decided to return to their camp, as he was gripped by a vague sense of danger. The horizon was dotted, with craggy hills on all sides. The landscape looked identical in all directions. There were no landmarks. Shankar continued to walk, but by then he had realized that he had been lost. He recalled Alvarez's words of caution. But in spite of the warning, because of his lack of experience, he did not realize how grave the situation was. He kept walking. At times he felt the camp was ahead of him, at times to his left, then to his right. Why could not he see the campfire? Where was their hillock? After walking aimlessly for 2 hours, Shankar panicked. He realized he had no clue about the way back to the camp. All alone in this lion-infested veldt of Rhodesia, he would have to face a severely cold night, without a blanket. He did not even have a matchbox to light a fire. He had nothing to eat or drink. To cut a long story short, the next evening, that is, almost 24 hours later, Alvarez rescued a dazed, exhausted, thirsty, and almost dying Shankar, from under an euphorbia tree 7 miles from their camp. Alvarez said,
"If I did not find you, you would have continued to walk, and would have gone deeper, into the desert and died of thirst. Many people have lost their lives, after losing their way in the Rhodesian veldt. Don't you ever leave the camp alone."
Shankar said, "Alvarez, you have saved my life twice. I will never forget this." Alvarez said,
"Don't forget, young man, you did me the favor earlier. If you had not been there, by now, my bones would have been bleached white by the Ugandan sun."
It took them 2 months to cross the veldt between Rhodesia and Angola. At last, a cloud-like mountain range showed up, near the faraway horizon. Alvarez checked his map and said,
"That is our destination. The Richtersveld mountain. It is still 40 miles away. In these open plains of Africa, you see things from far away."
There were many baobabs in the area. From a distance, they looked more or less like people's or banyan's tree, but from up close, the short tree offered little shade. It had a thick trunk, crooked branches, and large outgrowths on its trunk. It looked like an ugly, short, hunchbacked monster, straight out of the pages of the Arabian Nights. On a bitterly cold evening, they were sitting around a fire and drinking coffee, when Alvarez said,
"This Rhodesian veldt is a land of diamonds. You must have heard of the Kimberley mines. There are many more. People have found diamonds in several places here. They can be found even now."
Almost immediately he said,
"Who are they?"
Shankar was facing Alvarez. He turned around, but could not see anything. He asked, "Who are you talking about?" But Alvarez's keen eyes, like his bullets, missed nothing. After a few minutes, Shankar spotted a few indistinct figures walking towards their camp. Alvarez said,
"Shankar, load the revolver and give it to me quickly."
Shankar came out of the tent with the gun, and saw Alvarez smoking quietly, without betraying any emotion. Some people were walking towards their camp through the gathering darkness. A little later, they came and stood in front of the campfire. They were tall, dark men. They did not carry anything, had nothing on them except lion cloths, lions' manes around their necks and feathers in their hair. They were exceedingly well built. In the light of the campfire, they looked like bronze statues. Alvarez asked them in Zulu,
"What brings you here?"
He talked to them for some time, after which they sat down. Alvarez said,
"Shankar, give them some food."
Then he said under his breath,
"Shankar, be careful. We are in grave danger. Anything can happen."
They opened some cans. Shankar served food to the strangers. Alvarez too joined them, although he and Shankar had already had their supper. Shankar guessed that either Alvarez had something on his mind, or it was customary in those parts to dine with guests. Alvarez kept talking to the strangers in Zulu as they ate. They left after the meal. Alvarez gave them a cigarette each. When they were beyond earshot, Alvarez said,
"These people are Matabeles, a fierce tribe. They have fought many wars with Europeans. They suspect we are prospecting for diamonds and they are unhappy about it. This place is under their chief. They might come back. They might take us with them, and simply burn us at the stake. Let's take down the tent and leave right now."
Shankar asked, "Then why did you ask me to get the revolver?" Alvarez smiled and said,
"It was only a precaution. If they were not satisfied despite our hospitality, or if I sensed they would harm us, I would have shot them. See, I had the revolver behind me when I sat down to eat. I was prepared to finish them off. My name is Diego Alvarez. I have never known what fear is. Even now, I don't. They would have been dead before they knew what had hit them."
After walking for 5 or 6 days, they entered a dense tropical rainforest, on the foothills of a high mountain. The forest was so vast and gloomy, that Shankar felt if he lost his way in here, he would never come out of it alive. Alvarez cautioned him.
"Be very careful, Shankar. Unless you know these forests inside out, you might lose your way in no time. Many people have died in these jungles. You may get confused about the direction here, just as you were in the desert. Here too, all the places look alike and there are no landmarks. You have to learn the tricks of the Bushmen to survive in these forests. And please don't forget one thing. Always carry your gun. Central African jungles are not like parks in the cities."
The last statement was hardly necessary. Shankar knew the dangers lurking in these jungles very well. He asked, "That yellow diamond mine of yours, how far would it be from here?" "From the map, it seems we are in the Richtersveld Mountains," Alvarez said.
"You would not know how vast the Richtersvelds are. We have reached just its outermost range. There are several more. The area is enormous. If we walked 70 miles towards the east or 150 miles towards the west, we would still not come out of the forest. The narrowest width of this forest range is about 40 miles. The total area of this mountain forest is about 8 to 9,000 square miles. It would not be easy to find out the exact area, where I had come almost 8 years ago. We have a tough task in our hands, Shankar."
Shankar said, "But we have run out of rations. We will have to start hunting, or from tomorrow, we will have to survive on air," Alvarez said.
"Don't worry. Look at the hordes of baboons on the trees. If we have nothing else, we can treat ourselves to baboon meat and coffee. But that's for tomorrow. Let's put up the tent and take rest."
They pitched tent under a tall tree, and lit a fire. Shankar cooked. They finished their meal, and sat in front of the fire. There was still some time before sunset. Alvarez put the usual strong tobacco in his pipe, and started smoking. He said,
"Did you know, Shankar, in these remote forests of Africa, there are many animals, still unknown to scientists. Only a few people from outside Africa have explored these forests. A mammal, called okapi, was first seen here in 1900. There is a species of wild boar, they are 3 times the size of normal boars. In 1888, an explorer and a famous hunter, Moses Crowley, first came across the species in the Lualaba jungle of Belgian Congo. With great difficulty, he managed to shoot one of them, and presented the specimen to the New York Zoological Museum. Have you heard of the Rhodesian monster?"
Shankar replied, "No, what is it?"
"I will tell you. There is a large marsh to the north of Rhodesia. Many local tribesmen say they have seen an extraordinary animal in that marsh. They say the animal's head is like a crocodile's, but it has a horn like the rhino. It has a long neck, but has scales. It has a body like a hippo, but the tail again is like that of a crocodile. It is a huge animal, and is believed to be exceedingly ferocious. No one has seen the creature outside water. But I find these descriptions difficult to believe. However, in 1880, a prospector by name James Martin had trekked extensively in the area in search of gold. Martin had been the aide-de-camp of General Matthew. He was also a geologist and zoologist rolled into one. In his diary, he has written, he saw the Rhodesian monster near the Coverando Lake. He says the animal looks like prehistoric dinosaurs. It was huge. But unfortunately, James Martin did not get a clear view. He saw it from a distance through a dense early morning fog in the marshlands. The animal made a sound like the neigh of a horse. And it was enough to send his Zulu porters scurrying for safety. As they ran, they screamed, "Sahib, run, it's a dingonek." Zulus call it dingonek. The animal is rarely seen. But it is so destructive that the local people panic whenever they see it. James Martin wrote that he had fired twice from his 303 rifle, but most probably he missed the animal from such a great distance. It dived into the water, maybe, because of the sound of the gunshot.
Shankar asked him, "How did you get these details? Has the diary been published?"
No, it has not been. Many years ago, Bulawayo Chronicle ran a story on the encounter. At that time, I had just come to Africa. I too was in Rhodesia and naturally, I got interested in the story. I kept the newspaper clipping for quite some time. Then somehow, it got lost. It was the newspaper that christened the animal as the Rhodesian monster.
Shankar said, "Have you ever come across any strange, unknown animal?" Something extraordinary happened then. By then, darkness had fallen upon the forest. In the fading light, Shankar saw, he might have been mistaken, but Shankar thought he saw that the strong, fearless Alvarez, the hardened hunter, and adventurer Alvarez, was taken aback when he heard the question. And then, Shankar suddenly feel that a shiver ran down his body. Alvarez looked around, as if in a daze, and scanned the cheerless jungle, and the mysterious steep mountain, without saying a word. It was as if he was reliving a horrendous experience he had long ago, an experience that he would rather forget. Alvarez was scared. This was unreal. Shankar never thought Alvarez could be frightened. But Alvarez was indeed scared. And his fear cast its dark shadow over Shankar too. It was as if this unknown, mysterious forest, protected by an invincible wall of a steep mountain, had been hiding some secret for ages. It threw a challenge to the brave and the fearless. "Come in, try to unravel my mystery, but be prepared to die." The Richtersveld mountain is not like the Himalayas, the lord of all mountains, and the abode of the gods. Like some of the inhabitants of this mysterious continent, the Richtersveld soul too is cruel, brutal, and starving for human flesh. Thereafter, 2 days later, they were moving deeper into the forest, slowly. The terrain was not flat, it kept rising and falling forever. On their way, they came across patches of tall, rough, tussock grass. Water was scarce. In between, although they came across a few streams, Alvarez would not let Shankar touch the water. It was difficult for a thirsty Shankar not to drink the crystal clear, cool water flowing down the springs. But Alvarez insisted that Shankar drink cold tea instead. Cold tea hardly quenched his thirst. Of all the hardships Shankar faced, scarcity of drinking water was the worst. One morning, they woke up at a place where the tussock was dense. A thick fog hung over the area around their tent. Late in the morning, when the fog cleared for a while, Shankar saw a steep, imposing ascent, blocking their way in front. He could not make out how high it was, as its top was hidden behind clouds. Alvarez said,
"The main range of the Richtersveld."
Shankar asked, "Do we have to cross this?"
"Yes, we have to. Because the last time around, Jim and I approached this mountain from the south. We reached the foothills of the main range, but did not cross it. The stream, where we had found the yellow diamond, flows from east to west. Now we are going from north to south. Therefore, we have to cross over to the other side of this mountain, to reach the stream."
Shankar said, "The fog is so dense. Shall we wait for some time? I think it would be better if we started after some time." They did not break camp and instead had a leisurely breakfast. Till midday, the fog did not lift. Shankar fell asleep in the tent. When he woke up, it was almost dark. As he came out of the tent rubbing his eyes, he found Alvarez studying the map. His brow furrowed. He said,
"Shankar, we have a long way to go. See what is in front of us."
When Shankar looked up, he was awestruck. The fog had cleared. The main range of the Richtersveld Mountains rose before them, right up to the sky. The waist of the mountain was covered by thick thunderclouds. But the peak, gorgeously lit up by the setting sun, stood like the golden pinnacle of a heavenly temple against the backdrop of a deep blue sky. It would be impossible to climb the incline they faced. It was steep and offered hardly any foothold. After a long pause, Alvarez said,
"We cannot cross the mountain from here. I am sure you will agree. Let's go westwards. We will go around the mountain till we find a pass low enough. We will cross at that point. But it might take us more than a month to find an appropriate pass in this 150-mile range."
However, fortunately, after walking for just 6 days towards the west, they came across a place where the mountain slope was much flatter. They decided to climb across the mountain from there. Next morning, when they started climbing up, Shankar's watch showed 6:30. By 8:30, he felt extremely tired. They had climbed 6,000 feet in just 4 miles, so you can understand how difficult the ascent was. Besides, the higher they went, the denser the jungle became. It was nearly dark. At that time, the sun would have been high up in the sky, but no sunlight penetrated the thick foliage. They could hardly see the sky. There was no trail. Only endless arrays of ancient tree trunks rose along the mountain slope, trying to touch the sky. The jungle floor was damp and slippery, and the rocks were covered with moss, though Shankar could not make out where the water came from. If they slipped, they would fall hundreds of feet below and would be battered by sharp rocks. Shankar and Alvarez, neither of them spoke. Half exhausted by the steep climb, they were breathing heavily. Shankar suffered more. He had been brought up on the plains of Bengal, and had no experience of rock climbing. But he went on doggedly, hoping Alvarez would call it a day. Yet, he was determined to climb till his last breath. He would not admit to Alvarez that he could climb no more. Alvarez might think the people of the East Indies were weaklings. He was representing India in this inaccessible mountain forest. He would not let his country down. It was a lovely forest, as if a fairyland. Streams cascaded down the mountain slope, and trees were teeming with birds, which dazzled Shankar with their magnificent array of colors. There were lovely white flowers on tall grass, and orchids hung from branches and trunks of trees everywhere. Suddenly, on a tree, Shankar saw some monkeys with long beards. They looked like tiny sadhus. And it seemed as if they were contemplating something seriously. As if they were actually saintly creatures. Alvarez said,
Those are the females of the colobus monkeys. The males of the species do not have beards, but the females have long beards and mustaches. And they are very serious, as you can see.
Shankar was amused by the antics of those strange creatures. They moved on. Under their feet, there was neither hard soil nor rock. Instead, there was a layer of soggy, rotten leaves and the stubs of uprooted trees. Leaves have been piling up in these forests for centuries. They fall, decay, and get covered by moss and toadstools. On these, dry leaves, broken branches and uprooted trees keep falling. The cycle goes on. In certain places, the layer of decayed vegetation was as much as 60 to 70 feet deep. The terrain was dangerous. Alvarez taught Shankar how he could save himself.
There were patches where a man, if he stepped on casually, could suddenly disappear within a deep layer of decayed vegetation, and die of suffocation.
Shankar recalled that, in their villages too, there were unused wells, into which people sometimes fell if they were careless. Shankar said, "We have to cut our way through. It's becoming too thick." The razor-sharp elephant grass was like double-edged Roman swords. And what was worse, they could not see beyond a few feet there. They knew only too well that danger might strike them at any moment. It could be anything: leopards, snakes. At times, Shankar heard distant drumbeats floating in from somewhere deep in the forest. He wondered whether the drums were being played by the tribesmen. When he asked Alvarez, Alvarez said,
"Those are not drums. Some baboons, or big apes, beat their chest, and produce a drum-like sound. There is no question of humans living in this forest."
Shankar said, "But did not you say there were no gorillas here?"
Not gorillas, but there are other apes, which make such a sound by beating their chest. As far as I know, gorillas are found only in some regions of Belgian Congo, Rwenzori Alps, and the volcanic mountains of Virunga.
After reaching 4,500 feet, they called it a day, and pitched their tent. At night, there were innumerable sounds, in that authentic tropical rainforest. Shankar was overcome by a sense of awe, laced with amazement. The nighttime sounds of a huge rainforest are so diverse, and so scary that Shankar could not close his eyes that night. It was not fear alone. It was fear mixed with wonder. What a medley of sounds: the laughter of hyenas, the screeching noise of the colobus monkeys, apes beating chests, and leopards growling. In nature's own zoo. No one seemed to sleep at night. The midnight forest seemed to be possessed by a spirit. Shankar recalled that a few years ago, a circus troupe had camped in a field next to their school hostel. The circus animals howled through the night, making sleep difficult for the hostel boys. But more than any other sound, a cold sweat ran down Shankar's spine when he heard elephants trumpeting close to their tent. He woke up Alvarez. But Alvarez said calmly,
"There is fire outside our tent, they won't come this way."
Next morning, they started again. Climbing at a stretch, they passed through a dense jungle of bamboo grass. Underneath were wild ginger plants. On their left, within 50 yards of their path, a huge herd of elephants went by, trampling the green bamboo shoots with a ferocious sound. At a height of 5,000 feet, there was a riot of colors with wild flowers in full bloom. There were bright red erythronium on tall trees. The flowers of the Ipomoea creepers reminded Shankar of the Bon Calmi flowers back home, although these flowers were of a lighter shade of violet. The air seemed to be heavy, with the fragrance of the white veronicas. Wild coffee plants were in bloom, and so were the colorful begonias. It was nature's own garden in among clouds, literally. At times, the treetops were hidden by white clouds, and at other times, clouds drifted down to wet the veronica bushes. It took them 2 more days to reach a height of 7,500. The climb had been grueling all the way. Shankar had a terrible pain in his lower back. And the landscape changed drastically when they reached that height. The trees at this level were different. The trunks and branches were covered with thick moss. Moss hung from branches too, some of them so long that they almost reached the ground. The hanging moss swayed gently when a breeze passed through. There was not much sunlight, it was twilight through the day. Above all, an eerie silence sat heavily upon that frosty jungle. No sound of wind blowing, no bird singing, no animal howling, and no man had ever spoken there. It was as if they had reached hell and stood amongst a crowd of long-bearded phantoms. In the afternoon, Alvarez decided to stop for the day, a little earlier than on other days. Shankar sat outside the tent drinking coffee. It seemed the jungles had not changed since the beginning of life on Earth, when the plants had not taken the shapes that we see today, when enormous creatures had roamed freely in dark forests that covered the earth. Shankar felt he had magically traveled back in time. They lit a fire outside their tent, as night descended quickly. But in that absolute dark, their fire was just a faint glimmer of light. Nothing could be seen beyond its small ring. Shankar was also surprised by the pin-drop silence in that part of the forest. He could not figure out why there was none of the wide medley of nighttime sounds they had heard all these days, rather, nights. Alvarez was studying the map with deep furrows in his brow. Alvarez said,
Shankar, I was thinking, we have climbed almost 8,000 feet, but we still have not found the pass, through which we expected to cross over to the other side of the range. How much more can we climb? What would we do if the saddle was not in this part of the mountain?
The same doubt had crossed Shankar's mind too. That day, while climbing, he had looked up through their field glass a number of times. But throughout the day, the higher ranges had been buried under clouds, and he had not been able to see anything. How much higher could they climb? What if they did not find a flat pass to cross over? Shankar did not even want to think of the possibility that they would have to go down and start climbing from another point all over again. He asked, "What do you see in the map?" From the expression on Alvarez's face, it seemed he had lost faith in his map. After a short pause, he said,
This map does not give much details. Who has ever climbed this mountain and charted a reliable map? This range has not been surveyed. The map we have was drawn by Sir Filippo de Philip, who became famous after climbing the Fernando Pa Peak in Portuguese West Africa. A few years ago, he participated in an expedition led by the great mountaineer and explorer, the Duke of Abruzzi. But Sir Philip did not actually cross the Richtersveld. I don't think the contours shown in this map are accurate. I don't really follow.
Suddenly, Shankar interrupted him. What was that? First, there was a muffled sound just outside their tent. Then they heard someone coughing painfully, like a terminally ill tuberculosis patient would. They heard it once, twice. Then it stopped. It was clear that the sound had not been from a human being. Immediately, he took his gun and was about to leave the tent, but Alvarez stopped him hurriedly.
Stop, don't go.
Shankar was stunned. He asked, what was that sound? As he looked at Alvarez, and in the glimmer of the fire, He was amazed to see that Alvarez's face had turned pale, as if it was drained of all blood. Was it because of what he had heard just then? What on earth could make Diego Alvarez react like that? The next moment, they heard a heavy, fleet-footed animal moving away through the jungle, beyond the small area lit by the campfire. Neither of them said anything for some time. Then Alvarez said,
Put some more wood into the fire, and make sure our rifles are loaded.
His voice was so grim that Shankar did not dare to ask him anything more. The night passed without any incident. The next morning, Shankar woke up first. He had to light a fire to make coffee. And he went a short distance away from the tent to gather wood. Suddenly he saw a footprint on the soft ground. It was more than 11 inches long. It had only 3 toes. The impression was very clear. He followed the footprints for a few hundred feet. There were a number of them. They had only 3 toes. Shankar recalled what Alvarez had told him at the Ugandan railway station. The story of Jim Carter's horrendous death. The footprint, with 3 toes on the sand, at the entrance of the cave. He also recalled what the chief of the tribesmen had said. And that brought back to his mind the pale, frightened face of Alvarez the night before. On another day too, when they had camped at the foothills, Alvarez had been similarly terrified. Bunyip. The ferocious bunyip of the tribal chief's tale. The terror of the Richtersveld mountain and forest. The bunyip that makes sure that neither men nor animals venture into this wilderness 8,000 feet above the sea level. The reason why they had not heard any animal the previous night struck him in a flash. Even Alvarez turned white on hearing its voice. Perhaps he had heard the coughing noise earlier. Next morning, Alvarez got up a little late. After a mug of hot coffee and a light breakfast, he was transformed back to the fearless and brave Alvarez, who could challenge anyone, man or demon. Shankar deliberately did not show Alvarez the footprints of the unknown animal. Who knows, he might decide to go back and start afresh from another point to look for the saddle. Soon, it started raining heavily. Rainwater danced down the mountain slope in thousands of rivulets. It continued raining through the day. After waiting for some time, at 10 in the morning, Alvarez decided to start, much to his companion's disappointment. Shankar saw no point in getting drenched. He thought nothing much would be lost if they waited there for a day. That morning, Shankar discovered another side of a working-class European, how seriously he took his work. They climbed through the day, through pouring rains. Drenched to the bones. Shankar was exhausted by the never-ending journey. All their provisions, tent, and clothes were wet. They did not have even a dry handkerchief between them. Shankar felt his body and mind were going numb. By evening, when the dark mountain rainforest looked frighteningly somber under an overcast sky, Shankar wondered why he had undertaken such a long journey in an alien land, through an unknown forest with ferocious animals, towards an uncertain diamond reserve, or possibly, to an even more uncertain, unknown death. He hardly knew Alvarez. Why on earth was he following Alvarez? He did not really care for diamonds. His thatched house in Bengal, the serene village alleys shaded by familiar trees, their shallow river, the sweet trills of birds, he had known since his childhood. Now, all that seemed to be a part of a dreamlike unreality. No diamond reserve of Africa could be more precious than his home. But later in the night, when the moon rose in a cloudless sky, he got over his dark thoughts. The splendor of the moonlit night defied description. Shankar was no longer on earth, there was no place called Bengal. Everything melted into a fascinating dream. He did not want diamonds, did not want wealth, but neither did he want to return anywhere. Far beyond the temporal world, he now belonged to a lily-white Elysium. No man had ever seen the beauty that cradled him now. No man had ever listened to such absorbing silence. The remote, enormous Richtersveld mountain and forest, in the depth of the night, were kneeling down to meditate on itself, in this kingdom of clouds. Rarely does a man have the good fortune to visit such a world. He woke up from his sleep with a start, as he heard Alvarez call him urgently.
Shankar. Shankar. Get up, pick up the rifle.
What is it? Then he listened carefully. Something was moving around their tent. Its labored breathing could be heard. There was complete darkness outside as the moon had set. The last rays of the moonlight were reflected by the treetops. The fire in front of their tent was burning weakly, but it was so small that it threw hardly any light. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. It seemed a huge monster had just snapped a branch of a tree, and it was moving away hastily through darkness. As if it had realized that the people in the tent had woken up, and it would not be able to catch them unawares. Whatever the animal may be, it was intelligent and alert. Alvarez went out, with a torch and a rifle. Shankar followed him. In the light of the torch, they saw the shrubs in the northeastern side of their camp had been flattened out completely, as if a steamroller had passed over them. Alvarez fired 2 shots in that direction. There was no response in any side. While returning to the tent, both of them saw footprints, quite close to the campfire. Deep imprints of 3 toes on the wet ground. The animal was not scared away by fire. Shankar tried to imagine what might have happened if Alvarez had not got up. The unknown terror would not have hesitated to enter their tent, and Shankar could not think what would have followed. Alvarez said,
Shankar, you complete your sleep, I will stand guard.
Shankar said, No, you sleep, I will stay awake. Alvarez smiled, and said,
That would be crazy. You would not be able to do anything, even if you were awake. Go, sleep. See, there is lightning in the distance. It's going to rain again. The night will be over soon, sleep for some time. Until then, I'll have a coffee.
With dawn came torrential rains accompanied by the sound and fury of intense lightning. The rains continued through the day, there was no respite. Shankar felt it was the apocalypse, the final, deciding deluge that would drown the world. The god of destruction had decided to demolish the earth. The rain was so fierce that even Alvarez was downbeat. He did not talk of taking down the tent. It stopped raining by 5 in the afternoon. Shankar felt it would have been better if the rain had not stopped, because immediately Alvarez instructed him to pack up and start. The easygoing person in Shankar felt there was no need to start at that odd hour. This was one journey where time had no meaning. But for Alvarez, there was no difference between day and night, rain or shine, new moon or full moon. That night, they climbed the mountain through the rain-swept jungle, finding their way by the moonlight, seeping in through broken clouds. After some time, Alvarez called from behind.
Shankar, stop. Look up.
In the clear moonlight, Alvarez was looking through his field glass at a mountain towards their left. Shankar took the field glass from him and saw the mountain pass, at last. It was not far from where they were. It was within 2 miles from them, towards the left. A beaming Alvarez said,
Do you see the saddle? We won't stop until we reach there. We will camp on it.
Shankar was at the end of his tether. He regretted his decision to join this relentless Portuguese on an expedition. But he also knew that the basic rule of any expedition was that the leader could not be questioned. His orders had to be carried out without question. Though there was no written code, in all the major expeditions in history, this rule had been followed. Shankar, too, had to follow it. When they reached the saddle, after a non-stop climb, dawn was breaking. Shankar did not have the energy to move even another step. The saddle was wider than 3 miles. At one place, there was a steep rise of 200 feet, and at another, within a mile, there was a descent of 400 to 500 feet. The terrain, therefore, was not easy to negotiate. The relatively flat parts of the saddle were covered by bamboo grass, wild ginger plants, and tall trees like erythronium. There was a wide variety of orchids on the trees, and baboons and colobus monkeys were everywhere. After climbing down continuously, for 2 more days, they reached the valley, on the other side of the main range of the Richtersveld. Shankar felt the jungle on this side was even more impenetrable. On the western coast of Africa, a part of the clouds formed over the Atlantic Ocean are stopped by the Cameroon Mountains. The rest reach the southern face of the Richtersveld. As a result, this region gets heavy showers and consequently, has a thick cover of rainforests. For 15 days, they searched for the river described by Alvarez in the dense jungles of that valley, but could not find it. They came across a number of rivulets, but every time Alvarez shook his head and said,
No, this is not it. Not this one.
Shankar once again said, Why don't you check your map? By then, it had become quite clear that Alvarez's map was useless. He said,
I don't need a map. That river and valley are permanently etched in my memory. I will recognize the place the moment I see it. This is not it. This is not the valley we are looking for.
They had no choice. They had to keep searching. A month went by. Then came the rainy season of Southwest Africa. It was dreadful. Shankar had got a glimpse of the intensity of rain while crossing the Richtersveld. A number of mighty streams cascaded down the mountain slope, determined to wash the valley away. There was not even a patch of land on which they could pitch their tent. One night, a narrow stream in front of their camp turned into a strong rivulet and almost washed away their camp. Once more, they survived because of Alvarez's alertness. Time moved slowly. One day, Shankar had an extraordinary experience that nearly killed him. Alvarez was cleaning his rifle in the tent, after which he would cook. Shankar went into the jungle in search of game. Alvarez had cautioned him to be extremely careful in the jungle, and not to leave the tent without a loaded rifle. Alvarez had also asked him to keep a compass tied to his wrist, and leave signs on trees along the path, so that he could find his way back to the tent. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. On that day, Shankar went deep inside the jungle, in search of the springbok antelope. He had started in the morning. When he was tired, he sat down under a large tree to take a breath. There were tall trees everywhere, and almost each one of them was covered with a creeper with small leaves. A profusion of creepers had covered the trees almost completely, and Shankar could not see their trunks. Nearby, by the side of a small waterhole, there were some flowering bushes. After he sat there for some time, he felt a little uneasy. He could not understand what exactly was wrong, but at the same time, he did not want to leave the place. He was tired, he felt sleepy. Shankar felt there was a pleasant, sweet smell in the air. He liked it. Then, his body began to feel numb. He wondered if it was an attack of malaria. To overcome the uneasiness, he lit a cheroot. A little later, when he picked up the matchbox from the ground and put it in his pocket, he felt as though his arm did not belong to him, but to someone else. It was as if it did not quite follow the commands given by his brain. Gradually, his entire body felt pleasantly numb. He wondered if there was any meaning of their expedition, the unending chase of a fantasy. Would not it be better to spend the rest of his life dreaming languidly under the pleasant shadows of this quiet forest? A part of his mind told him to get up immediately and return to their tent. And another part of his mind told him he was in serious trouble. But his numbness won the day. It was not just numbness, it was laced with the pleasure of getting drugged. The rest of the world became irrelevant. A pleasant paralysis spread over his body. Shankar rested his head on a root and lay down comfortably. Faint lines drawn by light and shade ran over the tall cottonwood trees, the hooting of a wild owl, which could be heard for quite some time, became more and more muffled. He did not remember anything else. By the time Alvarez found Shankar's unconscious body under the cottonwood tree, it was almost dark. First, Alvarez thought Shankar had been bitten by a snake, but he could not see any mark of snakebite on his body. Alvarez looked up and observed the surroundings. With his vast experience of tropical rainforests, he immediately knew what had happened. There was a thick growth of poisonous creepers in that area. Some African tribesmen dipped their arrowheads in the juice of this poison. The creeper has a pleasant smell, but breathing in too much of this can paralyze a man. It could even be fatal. Brought back to their tent, Shankar was confined to bed for 3 days. His body was swollen. He had a splitting headache, and his throat was dry all the time. Alvarez said,
"If you had spent the night under the tree, it would have been difficult to save you."
One day, Shankar noticed a few yellow grains on the banks of a rivulet. Alvarez, the skilled prospector that he was, immediately sieved the sand and extracted a few grains of gold. However, he was not excited by the discovery. The quantity of gold was so measly that it would not be worth the trouble. According to Alvarez's calculation, they would get just about 3 ounces of gold from a ton of the mineral. Shankar said, "Still, instead of sitting idle, let's try to extract as much of it as possible." Even 3 ounces of gold is not something to be ignored. But what was a great discovery to Shankar was a petty find to the seasoned prospector in Alvarez. Besides, Shankar's concept of value was different from that of Alvarez. Ultimately, the younger partner had to give up. In the meantime, they wandered about in the forest for over a month. They camped at one place for a few days, and then moved on to another. After searching the new area thoroughly, they shifted to another part of the jungle. One day, they had just pitched their camp at a new spot. Shankar returned to the tent in the afternoon after shooting a few birds. He found Alvarez smoking a cigar, seemingly worried. Shankar said, "Can I say something? If you yourself can't locate the river, let's go back." Alvarez said with a smile,
The river could not have flown away. It must be here, somewhere in this forest.
"Then why can't we find it?"
Because we are not searching properly.
"I don't understand, Alvarez. We have combed this forest for the last 6 months. If this is not enough, then what is?" Alvarez replied grimly.
But there is a problem. Shankar, I have not told you something. 'Cause I did not want to scare you. Please come with me, let me show you something.
Curious and rather anxious, Shankar followed Alvarez. Alvarez went a little way from the tent. He stood under a big tree and said,
Shankar, we have come here today, have not we?
The question surprised Shankar. He said, "Yes, of course we have. But what happened? Why do you asking this?"
Okay, then come closer, and look at the trunk carefully.
Shankar saw someone had carved in the letters, D.A., with a knife on the bark of the tree. But the carving was not fresh, it was at least a month old. Shankar had no clue how such an extraordinary thing could have happened. He looked at Alvarez blankly. Alvarez said,
You don't understand. Do you? About a month ago, I, myself marked the tree with my initials, because I had my doubts. To you, every forest looks alike. But this means we are going around in circles in this jungle. When such a thing happens, it is difficult to get out.
Shankar understood, but could not believe it. Said, You mean we passed this place a month ago?
Yes, exactly. Such things happen in large forests and deserts. People call them death circles. About a month ago, I suspected that we were trapped in one. I marked the tree to test my hunch. Today, I chanced upon the mark.
Shankar asked, But what happened to our compass? How could we lose our way despite having the compass? Alvarez said,
I think our compass is not working. It was possibly demagnetized in a thunderstorm when we were crossing the Richtersfeld.
So, our compass is useless?
Looks like.
Shankar felt their situation was not exactly enviable. The maps were unreliable, their compass was not functioning, and on top of everything, they were trapped in a death circle. There was no one to help them, they had no food, and it was risky to drink the water they found along the way. The only companion that had not left them for a moment was the fear of a terrible death. Jim Carter came in search of treasure and died in this cursed jungle. No good can ever come out of this place. But Alvarez was not someone who could be discouraged. He trekked through the forest relentlessly, day after day. Shankar followed him, his bearings lost. Earlier he had been trying to grasp the geography of the area, but after he knew they had been going around in a circle, he gave up. After 3 days, they reached a place where a smaller hill of the Richtersfeld range was at right angles to the main range. This hill was towards the south of the main range. It was at least 4,000 feet high. Further west, there was a still higher peak, partly hidden by clouds. The valley between these two hills was about 3 miles wide, and it was covered by dense foliage. In the forest, there were 3 to 4 distinct layers of vegetation. In the top layer, there were parasites and moss. The middle layer consisted of large trees. And the lowest layer had small plants, shrubs, and bushes. The foliage was so dense that sunlight could not enter the jungle. Alvarez decided to camp in the valley, just outside the borders of the dense jungle. In the evening, they discussed their situation as they sipped coffee. They had run out of food, they had no sugar for quite some time. They had coffee, but just about enough for a few more days. A little wheat flour was still left. That was about all. They still had the flour, because they rarely used it. They depended almost entirely on the meat of wild animals, but as they were not carrying an ammunition factory with them, they could not expect to go on hunting forever. As they talked, Shankar looked at the distant mountain peak, which was playing hide and seek with clouds. Suddenly, the clouds cleared for a few moments. The peak that Shankar saw was unusual. It looked like the tip of an inverted ice cream cone that had been partly bitten off. Alvarez said,
From here, Bulawayo or Salisbury is within 400 to 500 miles, towards the southeast. In between, there is a desert which is about 200 miles wide. Towards the west, the coast is only 300 miles away, but the forests in the Portuguese West Africa are impregnable. So, let's not count on that option. Now, the only way out is that one of us goes to Salisbury or Bulawayo, and come back with bullets and food. And of course, new compasses.
Fate does strange things to human beings. We often fail to understand their significance when they happen. It was a stroke of fortune that Shankar heard the names of the towns, Bulawayo and Salisbury, their directions and their approximate distances from where they were. Later, he would thank Alvarez countless times for revealing these facts to him so casually. Their discussion could not go on for long. Both of them were tired. They went to bed early. In the middle of the night, Shankar was woken up by a strange loud noise from the forest. There seemed to be a huge turmoil in the jungles. Alvarez too had been up. They listened carefully, and what they heard was truly strange. They had no clue about what was happening. Shankar switched on his torch, and was about to leave the tent, but Alvarez stopped him. He said,
Don't rush out in these unknown jungles at night. I have cautioned you many a time. Besides, where is your rifle?
It was pitch dark outside. What they saw in the torchlight defied logic. Wild animals were running desperately, trampling on bushes and small plants. They came out of the mountain forest on the west, and ran towards the hill on the east. There were hyenas, baboons, and wild buffaloes. 2 leopards passed close by them. Male and female colubuses came in large groups, carrying their little ones. More of them were coming, hordes of them in fact. It seemed the animals had sensed an impending disaster, and were fleeing for their lives. At the same time, Shankar and Alvarez heard a rumbling in the distance. It was subdued, dull, like the rumbling of thunder, that was muffled in some mysterious way. Or perhaps, in a place far away, 1,000,000 drums were being played simultaneously. They wondered what it was all about, and looked at each other, astonished. Alvarez said,
Let's make the fire bigger, otherwise these animals will trample down our tent.
The number of fleeing animals increased with every passing minute. Above them, birds too were flying away, leaving their nests. A large herd of springbok antelope came within 10 yards of them. But Shankar and Alvarez were in a daze so much, so that they forgot to shoot. They had never seen anything like this. Shankar was about to ask Alvarez something, when the real catastrophe struck. At least, that's how it seemed to him. The ground beneath them shook violently, and they were thrown off their feet. They were dumbfounded to see that the impenetrable darkness of the night had vanished, and the forest was lit up as if by 1,000,000 electric lights. Within seconds, there was a deafening noise that was louder than 1,000 thunderclaps. It was as if the earth was torn apart and the sky had exploded. 1,000 thunderbolts had clapped together, somewhere not far away.
Earthquake.
Alvarez said as he got up. Also, something strange was happening on the strange-looking peak of the mountain. An immense ball of fire leapt out of it. In that dazzling light, the entire mountain forest turned red. Clouds of fire gushed out of the peak and rose over perhaps 2,000 feet in the sky. At the same time, the revolting smell of sulfur filled the air and made breathing difficult. Alvarez looked at the peak and said in awe,
A volcano. Santa Ana Gracia de Cordova.
The scene that unfolded before them was frightening, but at the same time, it was fascinatingly beautiful. They could not take their eyes off it. Shankar felt as if someone had lit innumerable firecrackers on the truncated peak of the mountain. The glowing red clouds of fiery smoke would die down, and then, all of a sudden, flare up and rise again by thousands of feet. The sight was accompanied by the sound of 1,000 bombs exploding simultaneously. The ground was shaking violently. After falling down a couple of times, Shankar entered their tent in faltering steps. A small, trembling animal was lying curled up in his bed. It looked like a puppy. Confused by the torchlight, it looked at Shankar with its glowing eyes. At that moment, Alvarez entered and said,
A leopard cub. Let it be, it's looking for shelter.
Neither of them had seen a volcanic eruption earlier. They had no idea what was to follow. Before Alvarez could finish, they heard a noise. A heavy object fell near their tent. They came out and saw that a large piece of red-hot rock had fallen on a bush close at hand. The bush caught fire immediately. Alvarez said excitedly,
Hurry up. Shankar, we must run. Let's take down the tent, now.
By the time they managed to wrap up the tent, another 4 or 5 balls of fire had fallen around them. The air had become even more foul, and breathing was now almost impossible. Run, run, run. For almost 2 hours they ran, partly carrying, partly dragging their tent and other belongings. They reached the bottom of the hill towards the east. But even there, they had no respite from the pungent smell. They rested for half an hour or so, but then, there too it started raining burning rocks. They had to climb up the mountain slope, rushing through shrubs. By dawn, they had climbed up about 2,000 feet. Panting heavily, they sat down, under a tree. When the sun rose, the glow of the volcanic eruption faded, but the sound increased, and so did the shower of rocks. And it was not just rocks, a fine dust of ash was coming down from the sky as well. In no time, a thin layer of gray dust collected on the leaves of the trees. The eruption continued through the day. It was night once more. The massive trees in the valley below them were black. They had been completely charred. In the night, the frightful but gorgeous spectacle came to life again. The fire cauldron within the volcano lit up the sky and the forest. All around, as far as they could see, the mountain forests looked red. The shower of rocks stopped. But red clouds continued to look menacingly from above. After midnight, they got up from their slumber, hearing a huge explosion. They watched the mountain peak, awestruck. The top of the fiery volcano had blown off. The valley between the two hills was completely destroyed by ash, molten lava, and the falling rocks. Alvarez was hit by a small piece of rock and their tent caught fire. Behind them, a high branch of a tree snapped, and fell as it was hit by a piece of heavy rock. Shankar thought that but for them, no one in the world would have known that such a spectacular natural event had taken place in the desolate forest. The civilized world was not even aware of the existence of the volcano. Perhaps, people would not believe them when they narrated this incredible story. In the morning, they could clearly see the notches on the top edge of the truncated volcano. Its serrated top looked like a blown-out candle. Someone had another bite off the inverted ice cream cone. Alvarez checked his map and said,
"The map does not show a volcano here. Perhaps this volcano has erupted after centuries. But the name of the mountain, given in the map, is significant."
Shankar asked, "What is it?" Alvarez said,
Aldonio, Lanai. In the old Zulu language, it means the throne of the fire god. The name suggests that long ago, people of this area knew of the existence of the volcano. Perhaps it was dormant for 100 years or more.
Shankar, a son of India, unconsciously touched his forehead with folded hands. "O God of fire, I bow to you. You have allowed me to watch your dance of annihilation. I thank you for granting me this rare honor. 100 diamond mines would pale in comparison to this spectacle. It is the ultimate reward for all the hardship I have gone through." Alvarez thought it would be dangerous to linger on near an active volcano. So, they left behind the smoking Aldonio Langai, and moved further towards the west. That part of the jungle had not been affected by the volcanic eruption. On the contrary, it was lush green with fresh plants, and bushes coming alive following the rains. There were lots of springs and rivulets, but the river they were looking for continued to elude them. During that part of their expedition, they came to a place that had granite and limestone hills. Many of the hills also had caves. And the caves were of different sizes, from small to gigantic hollows in limestone. The area was completely unlike the other terrains they had come across till then in the Richtersveld. The forest was not too dense either, although a lot of tall trees dotted the stone hills. They camped on a high granite hillock. Since they reached the rocky hills, a vague fear began to trouble Shankar. He thought there was something wrong with the place. He felt some disaster was waiting to happen, but he could not figure out why he felt so uncomfortable there. Neither could he explain to Alvarez what actually troubled him. After a few days, Alvarez said,
"All our efforts have been useless, we are still in the death circle. This morning, once again I saw the tree with my initials, DA. But you know that we have been moving towards the west for the last 15 days. So how did we reach the same tree?"
Shankar said, "What shall we do now?"
"Tonight, I will climb to the top of a tall tree. I will be able to make out the directions by observing stars. You remain in the tent."
What Alvarez said baffled Shankar completely. If they had been moving in a circle, how did they reach this valley of low hills and caves? He could clearly remember that they had not come here earlier. Alvarez explained to him that the tree with his initials was only 2 miles away from where they were, towards the west. Earlier, when they found the tree, they did not move towards the east, so they never came to this place, although they came quite close by. That night, Shankar was alone in the tent, reading Bankim Chandra's Rajsingha. This was the only book he had brought from home. Although he had read the novel many a time, he would read it again whenever he found the time. He had traveled far away from India, Chittor, Mewar, and the wars between the Mughals and the Rajputs too were far away from him. In the dense unknown African forest, they seemed fictional wars in imaginary lands. Shankar heard footsteps outside the tent. At first, he thought Alvarez was coming back. But in a moment, he realized that this could not be the footsteps of a man. The sound that he heard was something that might be produced if a lame man walked with a heavy weight tied to his feet. Alvarez's Winchester repeater was with Shankar. He crouched at the entrance of the tent with the rifle. The footsteps stopped for some time. Then it moved from the right of the tent to the left. Shankar could hear a large animal breathing. It was exactly like what they had heard on the night they were crossing the mountain. Shankar lost his nerve and pressed the trigger not once, but twice. Immediately, Alvarez responded from a treetop, firing his pistol twice. Alvarez thought Shankar was in danger, otherwise he would not have fired twice. Shankar also realized Alvarez might return to the tent immediately, without completing his mission. In the meantime, the animal fled, hearing the gunshots. Shankar no longer heard its footsteps. He came out of the tent. He wanted to send a signal to Alvarez with his electric torch, to say that he was all right. But before he could do anything, he heard 2 more pistol shots and a muffled cry. Shankar ran towards the sound. A little away, he found Alvarez lying under a tree. As Shankar turned on his torchlight on him, a cold shiver ran down Shankar's spine. Alvarez was covered in blood. His head was at an unusual angle to his torso. His jacket was torn to shreds. Shankar sat down and held Alvarez's head in his arms. He called, "Alvarez! Alvarez!" There was no response. Alvarez's lips quivered. He wanted to say something, but could not. His eyes were fixed at Shankar, but they looked blank. Even if he could see, he was unconcerned about what he saw. Shankar carried Alvarez to the tent, gave him water to drink. While he took off Alvarez's coat, he noticed that a large chunk of flesh had been torn off his shoulder. He had lacerations on his back too. It seemed an unusually strong animal had torn his back into shreds with its nails or teeth. Shankar had also noticed the footprints of the animal on the soft ground. They had only 3 toes. Alvarez's condition did not improve during the night. He neither spoke on his own nor answered Shankar's questions. By early morning, he regained consciousness for a short while. He had a dazed, vacant look in his eyes, and did not seem to recognize Shankar. Then he closed his eyes again. In the afternoon, he became delirious. He talked possibly in Portuguese. Shankar could not understand a word of what he said. A little before sundown, he suddenly fixed his eyes directly at Shankar. The way he looked, Shankar knew Alvarez had recognized him. Then, Alvarez said in clear English,
Shankar, what for are you waiting? Take down the tent. We must start now.
He lifted his right hand in an attempt to show him something. He said,
An enormous treasure lying down that cave. I can see it clearly. Can't you? And don't waste time. Take the tent down.
Those were the last words of Alvarez. For a long time, Shankar was too dumbfounded to move. He could not move a muscle. Evening came. Slowly, the entire forest was drowned in absolute darkness. Then suddenly, Shankar got out of his trance. He got up hurriedly and lit a fire. Then he loaded both the rifles, aimed towards the entrance of the tent, and sat beside Alvarez's body. Later in the night, another torrential downpour began. Rains lashed the jungle, and rainwater seeped through the tent and drenched everything. But Shankar's state of mind being what it was, he hardly noticed anything. In the last few months, he had developed a deep affection for Diego Alvarez. Shankar was greatly impressed by his fearlessness, his determination, his tremendous patience, his courage. Alvarez was a father figure to him. But more than anything else, Shankar found it inconsolable that Alvarez was killed by the same mysterious creature that had killed Jim Carter. As the night wore on, a terrible fear gripped Shankar. He was being stalked by a dangerous, unknown messenger of death. An animal shrouded in mystery. No one knew when and how it would strike again. There was no way Shankar could let his guard down. He stayed awake through the night. He would never forget the terror of that dreadful night. A relentless storm and large raindrops on leaves drowned all other sounds. From time to time, he also heard deafening noises as the storm uprooted massive trees. Through an opening in their tent, he watched the black trunks of trees that looked like ghosts. Innumerable fireflies kept dancing despite the rain. Shankar was keeping vigil over his friend's body. He was in a hopeless situation, but he could not afford to panic. He had to be calm and in total control of his mind. Otherwise, he would die of fear. In his desperate attempt to drive away fear, he concentrated hard on the rifles. One was a Winchester, and the other a Mannlicher. Fear and danger make one courageous. Fear is the key to fearlessness. Loaded, Shankar told himself that there was no animal made of flesh and blood that could enter his tent unharmed. Shankar sat alertly through the night. The next morning, he buried Alvarez's body under a tall tree. He made a cross by tying 2 branches with strong creepers and placed it on Alvarez's grave. Among Alvarez's papers, there was a faded certificate. A diploma from Oporto Mining School in his name. Alvarez had graduated with honors. From the way he talked, Shankar had often felt that he was not just another uneducated vagabond in search of a fortune. Far away from human habitation, in the middle of that desolate, dense forest, a tired Alvarez's search for treasure had just come to an end. But it is not the temptation of treasure that motivates men like him. What inspires them is the fascination of the unknown, the unseen world. And of course, the challenge of facing dangers. Even the treasures of Kuber of Hindu mythology would not keep them in one place for long. It was an appropriate tomb for the fearless explorer Diego Alvarez. Trees of an ancient forest would provide shade to his grave. Leopards, gorillas, and hyenas would stand guard at night. Above all, the majestic Richtersveld mountain range, with its peaks venturing into the kingdom of clouds, would watch over Alvarez till eternity. Another day passed. The utter hopelessness of the situation made Shankar desperate. But he knew, if he panicked, there was little chance that he would leave that jungle alive. For 2 long days, he sat in his tent and thought. He concentrated hard, and analyzed the situation threadbare. He considered options, checked maps, made plans. Suddenly something, that Alvarez had casually mentioned in a different context, flashed through his mind. Salisbury, 400 to 500 miles from there. Towards the southwest. Salisbury, the capital of South Rhodesia. Somehow, Shankar had to reach Salisbury. He would live long. His horoscope had said so. He would not die a wretched death in that forlorn jungle. With no one around. Shankar studied all the maps carefully. A map charted by the Forest Survey team of the Portuguese government. A map of coastal Africa prepared by some marine surveyors, and another charted by the explorer Sir Filippo de Philip. Besides, there was a worn-out, faded sepia pencil sketch drawn by Alvarez and signed by Jim Carter. When Alvarez was alive, Shankar had not bothered to study the maps. But presently, his life depended on interpreting them correctly. He had to find out the shortest route to Salisbury. He had to estimate the latitude and longitude of his location, and escape the maze of the Richtersveld Mountains. His life depended on those imperfect maps. After studying them for hours, Shankar realized that none of them gave any useful details of the mountain forest he was in, except the one prepared by Carter and Alvarez. But even with that, Shankar had problems. Carter and Alvarez had probably thought, if their map found its way to someone else's hands, their treasure would be stolen. So, they had used a number of cryptic symbols and codes on the map. Shankar could understand only parts of it. 3 days after Alvarez's death, Shankar started off, towards the east. Before leaving the area, he made a wreath of wild flowers, and put it on Alvarez's grave. To survive in a wilderness, one has to learn bushcraft, that is, a set of skills that forest-dwelling people use to protect themselves from the dangers they often face. Shankar too had learned some of the tricks under Alvarez's watch, but he was not confident that he could deal with the forest all by himself. He had to depend entirely on destiny. If he was fortunate, he would survive. If he was not, then die. He prayed and hoped the power above would show him the way. He crossed a few low hillocks without much problem. The forest was dense in places and relatively light elsewhere. But all around, there were tall, massive trees. Shankar knew, if he could reach fields with elephant grass, he would have come out of the forest. Elephant or tussock grass does not grow in dense forests. But he saw no sign of grasslands. There were only massive trees with thick undergrowth. The first day ended with Shankar, in an even denser jungle. He had left behind most of his luggage. He carried only Alvarez's Mannlicher rifle, as many bullets as he could, the canteen, the torch, the maps, the compass, his watch, a blanket and some medicines. He also took a hammock with him. Although their tent was light, Shankar had to leave it behind. Everything together was far too heavy for him to carry alone. In the evening, he hung the hammock between two trees at a fairly good height. He also lit a fire below it to ward off predators. He lay down on the hammock, and stayed awake with the rifle by his side. He could not sleep for two reasons. Firstly, a swarm of insects made his life miserable. And secondly, a leopard started moving about shortly after sunset. In the darkness, its eyes glowed like two pellets of fire. It went away when Shankar flashed his torch, but came close soon after. A leopard is known as a cunning and skilled hunter. Shankar was afraid it would jump up and reach his hammock if he fell asleep. Besides, there were all kinds of animal noises through the night. Shankar hardly slept that night. He dozed off for a little while, and then he heard small children laughing nearby. He got up with a start. How there could be children in that deep jungle? The next moment he recalled, Alvarez had once told him that the screech of some baboons sounded just like children's laughter. In the morning, he got off and started walking again. Aircraft pilots use a term, flying blind. Shankar trekked through the forest in the same fashion, depending on more than anything else, his luck. He was not too sure in which direction he was going. As a result, he lost his bearings completely within 2 days. He realized how difficult it was to stick to a particular direction while walking through a jungle. There are countless trees, one can see only tree trunks all around. Above one's head is an endless canopy of branches, leaves and creepers. One does not see the sun, the moon or stars. Sunlight is diffused, and it is twilight through the day. Mile after mile after mile, the jungle looks the same. And his compass is dysfunctional. There is no way he can follow any definite direction. On the 5th day, he stopped at the bottom of a hill to rest. There was an enormous cavern nearby. A narrow stream flowed out from the entrance of the cavern, and meandered into the jungle. Shankar had not seen such a big cave earlier. As curiosity got the better of him, he left his backpack behind, and walked in. There was some light at the entrance of the cave, but inside, it was absolutely dark. He moved cautiously in torchlight, and after a while, reached a place where the cave forked into two narrow passages. Looking up in the torchlight, Shankar saw that the roof of the cave was at a great height there. Nature's own chandeliers hung from the ceiling in the shape of white stalactite formations of calcium carbonate. Water trickled down the walls at a number of places. From that fork, Shankar entered the passage on his right. The entrance was narrow, but gradually, the passageway became wider. Beneath his feet was soft wet earth, not hard rock. In the torchlight, he saw he was in a triangular hall, and at a corner of the triangle was another opening. After going through that opening, Shankar reached a narrow passage that had high walls of solid rocks on either side. This passage was narrow and serpentine, winding along whimsically. Shankar walked down for quite some time in the strange cavern. After about 2 hours, Shankar felt he should return. But as he was coming back towards the entrance, he could not find the triangular hall. He did not understand how he could have missed it. He was sure that the narrow, tunnel-like passage emerged from there. Logically, when he walked back to the beginning of the passage, he should have reached the triangular hall. But he did not. After searching for some time, Shankar felt nervous. If he could not find a way out, he would die a miserable death in that dark cave. He sat down and tried to regain his poise. He told himself that he just could not afford to panic. He had to keep a cool head. He recalled that Alvarez had taught him to leave marks along the path when he went to an unknown place, so that he could trace his way back. He had forgotten this basic lesson. What could he do now? Shankar was in a dilemma whether to light his torch or not. If the cells ran out, he would be doomed. But it was pitch dark within the cave, and he could not move even one step in that darkness. There was no question of finding his way. The day got over. The watch showed it was 7 in the evening. His torchlight was turning red. It was musty and hot in the cave, and Shankar had no drinking water with him. The water seeping down the stone wall was bitter and caustic. Even that bitter water flowed only in trickles. Shankar had to lick it from the surface of the wall. It would have become dark outside. His watch showed 7:30. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Shankar was still searching. The torch had been almost continuously turned on since 3 in the afternoon. By now the cells were weak and the light dim. Shankar became frantic. He knew he could nurse hopes only as long as the torch kept going. Without light, there was only one prospect: he would rot in that hell. Even Alvarez would not have found his way in that solid darkness. Shankar switched off the torch and sat down on a boulder. Perhaps he could come out of that death trap if he had spare batteries, but there was little he could do without light. For a moment he thought he would wait for the morning and then start again. The next moment he remembered that day or night did not make the slightest difference in that cave. In desperation, he started walking in the dark, feeling the wall with his hands. He cursed himself for not carrying new cells when he entered the cavern. At the very least, he should have carried a matchbox. Going by the number of hours that had passed since he entered the cave, he thought it would be morning. But naturally, there was no hint of light in that eternal darkness. Perhaps he was destined to die a wretched death in that darkness. Perhaps he would never see daylight again. The dangerous rainforest had not been satisfied with the life of Diego Alvarez. It wanted Shankar's life too. Three days passed. Shankar had chewed the insoles of his boots. There was not even a cockroach or rat or scorpion to offer him an apology of a meal. Shankar thought he was becoming insane. He had no control over what he did, and his mind no longer registered anything. He was sure about only one fact. He had to get out of the death trap. He had to see the light of day again. So, he went on groping in darkness with his feeble body. He was determined to go on doing so as long as he was alive. At some point, he had no idea what the time was. He fell into an exhausted slumber. He didn't know how long he slept. The unforgiving darkness erased his concepts of day, night, hours, minutes, and seconds. Perhaps his eyesight too was failing. He was not too sure. After sleeping for some more time, he felt a little better. He got up and started moving again. He was a disciple of Diego Alvarez. He would not die a passive death. He would go on fighting, till his last breath. Shankar suddenly realized that under his feet, he no longer felt the water of the stream he had seen at the entrance of the cavern. At some point, while going around in the maze of the cave, he had moved away from the stream. He thought there might be an escape route, if he found the stream again. Because the stream ultimately flowed out of the cave. But during the last days he was in the cave, he had not even found a thin trickle of water, let alone the stream. The thirst was killing. Shankar had been licking the caustic water from off the walls of the cave. His tongue had swollen from the effort, but it had done nothing to quench his thirst. If anything, it had increased it. He started searching for moss on the walls, so that he could eat some and save his life. But even that could not be found. The rocks were barren, with the exception of occasional thin layers of calcium carbonate. There were no plants, or fungal growths like mushrooms. With absolutely no sunlight, no life form could germinate in the cave. Another day passed, and night came without Shankar knowing it. Despite all his efforts, Shankar was nowhere near finding an escape. He had become totally dispirited by then. How long could he go on? And anyway, what was the purpose of it all? It made no difference. There was no way out. Where was he going in that terrible darkness, in that deafening silence? It seemed as if the earth was dead, as if the last dance of destruction had put out the sun. In that lifeless, soundless, timeless void, Shankar was the only creature alive. If he did not find a way out quickly, he was going to become insane. Shankar dozed off again, or maybe, fainted. When he opened his eyes, the fluorescent dial of his watch showed 12. Perhaps it was midnight. Shankar pulled himself up, and started off once again. After walking for a short while, he found a stone wall blocking his way. He flashed his torch for a moment, and saw in its dim shaft of light, a barrier at right angles to the wall along which he had been walking. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise. Water was flowing somewhere nearby. He cocked an ear and listened. Yes, indeed it was the soft sound of a tiny spring, flowing over pebbles. He could also figure out, the sound came from the other side of the wall, that blocked his way. Once again, he turned the torch on for a few seconds, to look for a passage through the wall. To his delight, he found a low and narrow opening. After crawling through the crevice for some distance, he felt water stretching himself up gingerly. He discovered that, he could even stand up at the place. After a few more steps ahead, his feet went under a stream of ice-cold water. In that absolute darkness, he bent down and drank to his heart's content. Then he checked the direction of the current. He was aware that generally, streams flow out of caves, and not the other way. So, he walked along the flow of the water for some time as the stream meandered along. After some distance, Shankar felt the stream had branched into 3 or 4 sub-streams. A swift flash of the torchlight confirmed it. A confused Shankar recalled Alvarez's teaching. If he did not leave signs from there on, he might get into trouble again. He bent down in search of something that could be used as markers, and found lots of pebbles in that shallow stream. The ice-cold water flowed over the pebbles. Shankar filled his pockets with the pebbles, and decided to explore each streamlet till the end. He moved forward, leaving pairs of pebbles by the side of the water. After some distance, the stream once again split into a number of smaller streamlets. At every point of branching, he made a sign of S with the pebbles. Some of the streamlets seemed to flow back to the point from where Shankar had started. In spite of leaving signs, Shankar found that maze of streams exceedingly confusing. Once he stepped upon something very cold and clammy. With a flash of his torch, he saw a huge python lying curled up beside the water. The python came out of its slumber, and looked at him with its beady eyes. Fortunately for Shankar, the torchlight confused it. Shankar knew how dangerous pythons were. He had heard instances of men fighting tigers with bare hands, but even the strongest of men could not escape the coil of a python. Had the snake caught him, it would have been his end. A new terror gripped Shankar. It was quite possible that another python was lying in wait for him. He examined a couple of streamlets, with the help of his signs, but he came back to the main point of distribution of the streamlets, which he had marked with a cross. Then he proceeded along a course that looked like the main distributary. After walking for some time, he realized even that stream split into many streamlets. In some places, the ceiling of the cave was so low that he had to bend down. Suddenly, Shankar saw, possibly in the last glimmer of his fading flashlight, he was in the triangular hall he had been in soon after entering the cavern. The same triangular area. He had nearly lost his life searching for that place. At last, he was back there. Soon, he saw stars framed in the dark entrance to the cavern. At last, he was safe. Another dreadful adventure was behind him. When Shankar came out of the cavern, it was 3 in the morning. The jungle was not too dense there, the sky above shone with millions of twinkling stars. After leaving the hell the cave had turned out to be, the cloudless starry sky seemed as bright as the illuminated streets of a metropolis. Shankar bowed down and thanked God for the unexpected reprieve. Dawn broke in a while and sunrays burst forth upon every branch of every tree. Shankar did not want to continue in that sinister place even for another moment. He had one pebble left in his pocket. Instead of throwing it away, he kept it as a memento of his dreadful experience in the cave. The next day, he came across elephant grass, and before evening, he crossed the threshold of the forest to reach an open space. That night, Shankar studied the maps over a long time. The flat open land in front of him stretched 300 miles, till the banks of the Zambezi River. A part of these 300 miles, almost 175 miles, fell in the northern fringes of the Kalahari Desert. A terrible, desolate place without water or tracks. Alvarez had noted from a military map that, instead of following a particular route along its northeastern boundary, one tried to cross the desert around the middle, it would be impossible. The desert was marked on the map as the land of thirst. But if he reached Rhodesia, it would be relatively easy, because there would be human habitation. Shankar's fortitude was to be tested again. Although he knew how daunting his task was, he would not give in. Alvarez had offered to cross this desert alone, and bring back food and ammunition from Salisbury. Shankar refused to accept that. He could not do what a 62-year-old man could. But courage and character are often poor substitutes for knowledge and experience. Shankar could not interpret the maps and identify the directions to places marked there. And he knew the bitter truth. The military map marked 2 oases, with their latitudes and longitudes. Alvarez used to work out the exact location of a place by solving a complex problem involving the magnetic north and true north. Shankar had seen him doing so, but had not learned the tricks. Therefore, he was necessarily at the mercy of fate, and he was not unaware of the fact. So, leaving his future to destiny, Shankar doggedly prepared to cross the frightening Kalahari. The inevitable followed. Within 2 days, he found himself all at sea. He passed a point that was only 3 miles towards the north of an oasis. An experienced explorer could have found the place blindfolded from his map. But Shankar could not, although, at that time, he had nearly run out of water. He had to find water immediately. To begin with, there was only wide, open land with cacti and euphorbia, and occasional hillocks of granite. Gradually, the trek became exceedingly difficult. Shankar had no food or water, no trail to follow, and he could nurse no hope of meeting another human being. He walked towards the horizon for days together. It was a hopeless journey to nowhere. Above him, the sun glowed like a ball of fire, and beneath his feet, the sand was burning charcoal. The sun and moon rose and set, stars appeared at night and melted in the morning skies. Desert lizards made a monotonous noise, and so did the crickets when it became dark. There are no milestones in deserts. Shankar had no idea about the distance he had covered. His food consisted of a bird or two, at times the desert buzzard, the meat of which was tough and tasteless. He would even be delighted to catch a scorpion. He would consider it a stroke of good luck, even though a scorpion was venomous enough to kill a man. After 2 days of suffering without water, Shankar discovered water, in a crevice of a hill. The reddish water was full of insects. The swollen carcass of a big animal lay by its edge. Shankar drank as much as he could. The dirty water saved his life. One miserable day was followed by another. Shankar lost count of weeks or days. Exhausted and worn out, he had no idea where he was heading. But in his mind's eyes, he could see his village in Bengal, could see his India. Then he reached the edge of the real Kalahari. When he watched the desert from a distance, he shivered in silent terror. He wondered how anyone could walk across that shimmering wilderness. Only dunes stood out in that tawny featureless ocean of sand. The afternoon sun seemed to burn the barren earth. Even on the boundary of the desert, the thermometer would show a temperature of 127 degrees in shade. As we have seen, the maps clearly stated it was impossible to cross the desert except by a route along its northeastern edge, as there was absolutely no water anywhere else. That did not mean plenty of water was available along the northeastern route either, but after gaps of 30, 70, and 90 miles, there were 3 springs, where water seeped out through fissures in the ground. The springs, which were hidden in folds of hills, were not easy to locate. To make the task easier, the army map gave their latitudes and longitudes. But Shankar could not work out the latitude and longitude of a place. All that he knew was that he would stick to the northeastern periphery of the desert. On the 3rd day, Shankar discovered a spring by sheer chance. The water was muddy, it was almost boiling, but to Shankar, it tasted sweet and lovely. From there on, the desert turned even more hazardous. There was no sign of plants or any other living organism. Earlier, in the night his torchlight used to attract a few insects. But over time, even insects were not to be seen. The days were terribly hot, and the nights, bitterly cold. In the early morning, the cold was freezing, but he could not light a fire, as he had no firewood. Within a few days, he ran out of water again. In that vast ocean of sand, finding a 3 feet wide spring was as difficult as identifying a specific grain of sand. By evening, thirst made Shankar frantic. By then he had realized that his attempt to cross the pitiless Kalahari all alone was like committing a slow and painful suicide. But he was caught in a terrible situation, and he had no place to go back. Climbing on a high dune, he could see only yellowish-brown sand dunes, rising gently towards the east. Although the sun had set, the sky still had an orange tinge. There was a small hillock, a little way from where he stood, and from that distance, Shankar thought he saw a cave in the hillock. Such small granite hills were common in the area. They were called Kapi, in Rhodesia and Transvaal, which literally meant small hills. Shankar took shelter in the cave, for the night to keep the cold at bay. What followed was strange. After entering in the cave, Shankar saw, he still had 24 unused, dry batteries. When he went into the cave, and turned on his torch, he found it was small, almost like a room. The floor was littered with small pebbles. Shankar was startled by what he saw at a corner of the cave. A small wooden barrel. It was astonishing. Who could have brought a barrel there? He took a few steps towards the barrel, and then his heart stopped for a moment. Beside the wall of the cave lay a human skeleton, with its skull turned towards the wall. Bits of cloth that looked like rag lay around it. Those were possibly the traces of a woolen jacket. Both the boots were still on the skeleton's feet. The dead man's rusted gun lay beside him. Next to the barrel was a corked bottle with a sheet of paper inside. Shankar took out the paper and found a message written in English. Shankar was about to shake the barrel to check if it had any water, when there was a hiss sound from under it. Shankar's blood froze for a moment. The next moment, a large snake flashed its hood 4 feet above the ground. The snake possibly paused for a fraction of a second before striking, and the delay saved Shankar's life. His Colt 45 automatic boomed at a lightning speed. The head of the huge sand viper was mangled by the bullet. Blood and flesh splashed on the barrel and the wall. Alvarez had taught him to keep the gun ready at all times. That simple lesson saved his life many a time. It was a miraculous escape in more senses than one. When he checked the barrel, Shankar found it still had a little water. The black muddy liquid looked more like ink, but it was water all the same. Shankar lifted the small barrel and drained the entire dirty, stinking water into his gaping mouth. Then he examined the dead viper in torchlight. It was 7.5 feet long. The sand viper, a dangerously venomous snake, usually lies buried in the desert sand, with its head jutting out. Then Shankar unfolded the piece of paper and read it. In the bottle, he also found the pencil with which the message had been written. The message was,
I am looking at death from close quarters. This is going to be the last night of my life. If after my death, a traveler happened to take shelter in this cave while crossing this desert, this paper would possibly fall in his hands. My mule died in the desert 2 days ago. There was still a barrel of water on its back. I have managed to carry the barrel all the way into this cave, although I am exhausted and sick. I have a fever, and I can hardly lift my head. Even otherwise, I was extremely weak after starving for days. I am Attilio Gatti, of the Gatti family of Florence. The famous sailor, Riolino Cavalcante Gatti, who fought the Turks in the Battle of Lepanto, was one of my forefathers. I am 26 years old. I studied at the universities of Rome and Pisa. But we were a family of sailors. In the end, my love for the seas made a wanderer out of me. I was on my way to the Dutch Indies, when our ship sank off the coast of West Africa. 7 of us somehow managed to swim ashore. In the western coast of Africa, the jungles are extremely dense. We took shelter in a hamlet of a jungle tribe, where we stayed for 2 months. In that village, by chance, we happened to hear the story of an enormous diamond reserve. They told us that the reserve was in a dense mountain forest towards the east. We decided to go after the diamond deposit, though the task seemed daunting. The men elected me their leader, and we trekked through dense jungles in search of the diamond reserve, although we were not sure if it really existed. No one from the village would come with us to show us the way. They said they had never been to the place and did not know where exactly it was. They also believed the forest was protected by a demon god, and that no one could bring back diamonds from there. But we were not to be discouraged. On the way, we faced terrible hardship. The journey took its toll. 2 of our men died on the way. The other 4 did not want to go on. But I, their leader, belonged to the Gatti family. We do not give up in the face of danger, however grave it might be. I knew for sure that I would hang on as long as I was alive. I refused to return. Can't write anymore. I know that a messenger of death will come for me tonight. Sereno Legrano, a beautiful lake. Our family mansion, Castello Riolini, is on its shore. Even from here, I can smell the sweet oranges in the orchards of our estate. I can hear the pleasant chime of the bell from the tiny church at the bottom of the hill. What rubbish am I writing? I must have become delirious. Let me jot down the essential information before it's too late. After all, how much longer can I go on? We did reach that mountain and the unusually dense forest. I discovered the diamond deposit. The source of the river, on whose bed the diamonds were found, is in a gigantic cave. I entered the cave all alone, and found innumerable diamonds on a riverbed in that cave. Each one of them was a transparent tetrahedron crystal, with a tinge of yellow. Such gorgeous diamonds are not seen, even in the gem markets of London and Amsterdam. In that cave, in the dim light of a smoking torch, I got a glimpse of the demon that protected that place. It was truly frightening, but it didn't come close, possibly because I was carrying a lighted torch. I think the myth that a phantom protects the diamond reserve has spread because of the creature. But the discovery of diamonds turned out to be a curse. And it was stupid of me to tell my companions about the find. When we all went into the cave again, I just could not find that stream along which I had found the diamonds earlier. The darkness was impenetrable, our torches didn't throw enough light. Secondly, the river had a large number of distributaries. I could not spot the stream that flowed over the diamonds. My companions were deckhands. They were brutes. They thought I wanted to cheat them and make off with the diamonds alone. I did not know of the conspiracy they had hatched. The next evening, all four of them together attacked me with knives. But they had underestimated Attilio Gatti. I have the blood of Riolini Cavalcanti Gatti flowing in my veins. Riolini Gatti, who had killed lots of barbarians like them in the Battle of Lepanto. When I was a cadet in the military academy of Santa Catalina, I wounded the best fencer of the academy, Antonio Dreyfus, in a knife duel. My knife put two of them out of the way within minutes, and the other two were badly hurt. I too was wounded in the skirmish. The two injured scoundrels died that very night. I felt I should not go into that cave again, would not be able to find the diamond reserve in the maze of that cave. Besides, I was badly injured. I had to reach the civilized world. I started towards the east. My destination was the Dutch colony. But I could not cover much distance. They had stabbed me in the abdomen. Over the next few days, my wounds got infected. I have fever too. I wonder why men are so foolish, so greedy. They were my companions, the thought of cheating them had not crossed my mind ever. I am the owner of the greatest diamond reserve in the world, because I have risked my life to discover the place. I am sure that the gentleman who reads this message will be a civilized man and a Christian. I entreat him to give me a proper Christian burial. In exchange of that act of kindness, I bequeath the diamond reserve to him. Even Queen Sheba's treasures would pale into insignificance compared to that deposit. I am going to die, but that's all right. There is nothing I can do about it. But what a terrible desert, one does not even hear crickets chirping. I never thought there were such desolate places in this world. Tonight, the Lake Sereno Lagrano and the poplars around it are coming back to my tired eyes again and again. Never again shall I see them, or the 14th century church by the lakeside. I shall never hear the divine chime of its large bell. Our Castello Riolini on the hill looks like a castle of the Moors. The green fields of Ambria and the slender river Dora flowing through the vineyards. I have started writing nonsense again. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, I have been watching the countless stars for the last time. I remember Saint Franco's prayer. I pray to thee, my Lord, for blowing the wind and calming the storm. I pray to thee for the earth, for the blue clouds and the sky. I pray to thee for the stars, for good times and bad, for the demise of this body. Also, 5 large diamonds are hidden in my boots. It is for you, my unknown traveler friend. Please do not deny me a Christian burial. May Mother Mary bless you. Commander, Attilio Gatti. 1880, possibly March.
Unfortunate young man. 30 years had passed since his death. During all this time, no one had come this way. Even if someone had, he had not entered the cave. It took such a long time for his letter to reach another human being. Shankar wondered how there could be water in that barrel after 30 years. As Shankar read the letter, he realized that the cave described in Attilio Gatti's letter was none other than the one in which he had nearly lost his life. Then he eagerly took the boots off the skeleton's feet. 5 large stones tumbled out of them. They were exactly like the pebbles he had collected in the dark cave for marking his way, one of which was still in his backpack. He had seen thousands of these pebbles, under the water of that dark river, and on its banks. He just could not believe that he had unexpectedly stumbled upon the very diamond reserve for which Alvarez and he had for 6 months desperately searched the forests of the Richtersveld Mountains. Neither of them had ever imagined that such an abundance of diamonds could be strewn around like ordinary pebbles. If only he had understood. But what was worse, he had not noted down the location of the cave. He had not even left any sign that could help him reach the place a second time. It was by sheer chance that he had found the biggest treasure trove in the world, and lost it too. It was unlikely that he would locate it again. This young man also had not drawn a map of the place, but that was understandable. He was badly hurt shortly after discovering the deposit. Perhaps he had the skills to find the place even without maps, but Shankar had no such skills. Suddenly, he remembered what Alvarez had told him before his death.
Let's go, Shankar. An enormous treasure is lying in that cave. Can't you see? I can see it clearly.
Shankar buried the skeleton within the cave. He broke the barrel, took 2 pieces of wood and made a cross by fixing them with a rusty nail. He put the cross on Attilio Gatti's grave. He knew nothing more about the rituals of Christian burials. He prayed to God for his unknown benefactor. All this took almost a day. He rested for the night and started off the next morning. He took the letter and the diamonds carefully. A gloomy thought came to his mind. Whoever went in search of that cursed diamond reserve did not return alive. Attilio Gatti and his companions died, Jim Carter died, Diego Alvarez died. In all probability, many others had perished too, before them. It might be his turn now. He, too, would breathe his last in this dreary desert, like the brave Italian sailor. As the desert caught fire in the afternoon sun, Shankar took shelter behind a mound. The temperature was over 130 degrees Fahrenheit. No human in flesh and blood could walk in that kind of heat. Perhaps he could have reached the civilized world if there was a way bypassing this terrible desert. He dreaded the desert. He knew that the Kalahari was the haunt of huge lions, but he was not worried about lions or any other wild animals. He had a rifle. But he had no defense against thirst. He just wanted an escape from the agony of thirst. In the afternoon, he saw mirages twice. He had been in the desert for quite some time by then, but he had not come across the fantastic vision earlier. He had only read about them. The first time he saw a mirage, it was towards the northeast. The second time, towards the southeast. They were similar. They looked like a mosque with a big dome, surrounded by palm trees and a large water body in front. The second mirage was more lifelike. By late afternoon, Shankar saw on the distant horizon hills that looked like low clouds. He just could not believe his eyes. Only one mountain range could be seen from there, the Chimanimani Range on the western borders of Rhodesia. It was incredible. Was he about to cross the immense Kalahari Desert on foot all alone? Oh God! Or was it yet another mirage? But as he continued walking till 10 o'clock that night, the outline of the mountain stood silent and clear in moonlight. That meant it was no mirage. Mirages are not seen at night. He knelt down to thank God. Was there still hope for him then? He was the owner of the largest diamond reserve in the world. He had earned his rights by tremendous grit and suffering. If only he could return to his homeland alive. In another 2 days, he reached the foothills of the Chimanimani. And there, another obstacle was waiting for him. He had to either climb across the mountain, or walk at least 25 miles in the desert and go around it. Shankar hated the idea of walking any more in the desert. He decided to climb the mountain. The decision would prove disastrous. He did not realize how difficult it was to climb a tall mountain all alone. Particularly when he was exhausted and weak due to lack of food and water. It was as difficult as crossing the Richtersveld. In fact, it was even more difficult, because he was with Alvarez while crossing the Richtersveld. But here he was all by himself. As a result of this grave miscalculation, Shankar would see death from close quarters, while crossing the Chimanimani. Even on the burning Kalahari, he had not seen death from such a distance. The jungle cover on the Chimanimani was not too dense. Shankar climbed to quite a height on the first day. Then he reached a place from where he could not continue any more. Neither could he find the path by which he had reached there. He felt he had moved away by at least 30 degrees from the point where he had started climbing at the foothills. He could not figure out how he deviated from the original direction so much. But he pegged away all the same. He hobbled from one point to another, climbing up for some time, and going downhill next. He tried to move in the right direction by observing the sun, but he realized that he was making very slow progress. On the third day, there was a new problem. The previous day, he had been hurt in the leg, when a loose rock rolled down the hill and hit him. At that time, he had not felt much pain, but that morning, he was unable to stand up. His left knee was swollen. It was impossible to climb in this condition. He had collected water from a stream while coming up. He was still managing with that water. He had to wait there till his knee got better. Though he could not go far. He forced himself to move around a little in search of food. In a way, he was fortunate that part of the mountain was relatively flat. Such hazards are quite common while climbing mountains far away from human habitation. Even experienced mountaineers could have faced similar situations. But Shankar could not take any more punishment. He felt he had come to the end of his journey. He could not take any more punishment. Something had gone wrong in his chest. His heart pounded on his ribs if he walked a short distance. He was completely worn out because of fatigue, anxiety, poor food and more often, lack of food. On the fourth day, completely exhausted, he took shelter under a tree. He had run out of food from the previous day. Although he had a rifle, he did not get an animal within its range. In the afternoon, he was delighted to see an antelope, but at that moment, his rifle was 50 yards away, propped up against a tree. The antelope fled when he went to get the gun. There was little water in his canteen, but he was not in a condition to climb down to the spring to get water. The swelling in his knee had increased, and the pain was severe. He could hardly walk. It was a cloudless sky. Shankar could see up to a great distance. There were blue mountains on the horizon on almost all sides. Only the western periphery was flat and brown, the Kalahari. To his south was what he thought to be the Wahakuhak mountain, and behind it, the Paul Kruger mountain, showing up like low clouds. Nothing much was seen in the direction of Salisbury. A peak of the Chimanimani blocked that side. Vultures started flying over Shankar that afternoon. Shankar was scared, more than ever, seeing the vultures. Did they know that they would get their victim soon? The night was freezing. Shankar collected some dry twigs and leaves, and lit a fire. It was dark, nothing could be seen beyond the small glimmer of the fire. An animal came and crouched down a little away from the fire, almost merging with the darkness. It was a wild dog, like a coyote. Its ears were pricked up, and its red tongue lolled out through its white teeth. Then a second wild dog came, and a third. As night progressed, there were 10 or 12 of them. They were waiting in the darkness, apparently with endless patience. Did their instincts tell animals what was inevitable? Such an unholy sight. Shankar's blood froze. Was it over? Was he finally at the doorsteps of death? Would he too fail to return alive from the Richtersveld with its diamonds? The irony was that he had a fortune in his backpack. Even if he ignored the diamond reserve, the diamonds he had with him were worth not less than 2 to 3 lakhs of rupees. If only he could reach his poor village with such enormous riches. He could have changed the lives of many a poor man. He could pay for the wedding of many a girl. He could help helpless old people. But there was no point in dreaming what was impossible. He would like to forget everything and enjoy the beauty of the starry sky and the mysterious night, like his Italian predecessor, Attilio Gatti. Before his death, he just wanted to watch the solemn, silent beauty of the mountain and the desert far below. There was an invisible bond tying them all: Attilio Gatti, his rogue companions, Jim Carter, Diego Alvarez, and Shankar Roy Chowdhury. It was late in the night, severely cold. He noticed the wild dogs had been coming closer. Their eyes glowed like embers from hell in the light of the fire. They moved slowly and silently, with enormous patience. Shankar felt they knew their victim was within their grasp. There was no way they could lose him. He knew it would be dangerous to fall asleep. Those ferocious dogs might tear him apart while he was still alive. He was sick and completely worn out, but he had to stay awake. He could not even afford the luxury of a short nap. The dogs inched closer slowly. They ran away when he threw a piece of burning twig, but came back within minutes. 2 hyenas also joined them. Their eyes shone more brightly. Shankar was in a terrible fix. At a height of about 3,000 feet in a desolate mountain, far away from the civilized world, he was immobilized and surrounded by hyenas and a pack of wild dogs. The predators were patiently waiting to tear him apart the moment they got a chance. The night was dark, and all he had for protection was a tiny fire. Above him, through the cloudless, clear sky, innumerable stars shone like millions of tiny electric bulbs. At the same time, he thought, he was not dying a useless death after an attack of malaria in a Bengal village. His death would be honorable and valiant. He had crossed the great Kalahari Desert, on foot all alone. The Chimanimani mountain will silently record his death, as the passing away of a great traveler and explorer. After all, he had discovered an enormous diamond deposit. After the death of Diego Alvarez, he was able to come out of the confounding maze of that vast mountain forest. Now he is helpless, sick and immobilized. Even then, he is struggling. He has not given up. He is not a coward. Life and death depended on God's will. It would be all right if he died. The long night was over, there was light in the east. The wild animals vanished from the scene immediately. As the day wore on, the ruthless sun started burning all corners of the mountain. The vultures arrived as if on a cue. Some of them flew above his head, some waited patiently on the branches of trees or on boulders on the ground. They seemed to tell Shankar that they were not in a hurry, but at the same time, they put him on notice. They would not let him slip out. Shankar was not hungry, neither did he want to eat, but still he shot a vulture. The sun was scalding hot, the rocks were so hot that he could not step on them. The terrain was like a desert, there was neither food nor water. He lit a fire and started roasting the bird. Earlier too, he had eaten vulture meat in the desert. It was his only source of food. Today he was eating them, tomorrow they would eat his corpse. The vultures started flying over him again. In that lonely mountain, suddenly as Shankar saw his shadow on the ground. His unsettled mind thought it was a companion he had. A couple of times he started talking to his shadow, but the next moment, he realized what he was doing and controlled himself. Was he turning insane? Had he got fever? He was confused. Alvarez. The Diamond Reserve. Mountains and mountains. The ocean of sand. Attilio Gatti. He had not slept last night. It is going to be dark soon. He wanted nothing else, he just wanted to sleep. He came out of his trance when he heard a noise. He wondered what could have made such an unusual noise. It was rather strange, he could not understand from where it came. The sound became louder and louder. Suddenly, looking at the sky, Shankar was amazed. A machine was flying over his head, making a terrible clatter. Shankar recognized it as an aeroplane. He had seen pictures of aeroplanes in books, but had not seen one in real life. When the aeroplane was above his head, Shankar shouted, waved his shirt and a broken branch. But the pilot did not notice him. In no time, the flying machine vanished over the violet hills of the Paul Kruger mountain. What a fascinating machine. Shankar thought more planes might fly over him. He decided to light a bigger fire with fresh leaves, which would make a lot of smoke. If the aeroplane flew this way again, the pilot would hopefully see him. The plane did him one favor, it drove away the vultures. That day was over. With darkness, Shankar's nightly ordeal started all over again. It was a rerun of the previous night. The pack of wild dogs came and sat around him, away from the fire. The hyenas came, watched him and left. They came back again, later in the night. Shankar did not know how to drive them away. He could not shoot them, he had only 2 cartridges left. He would have to starve if he ran out of bullets. He was going to die in any case, sooner or later. But he refused to give up until it was finally over. However, soon, he had to use 1 bullet. Before morning, the hyenas came dangerously close, and the dogs too became bolder. They inched forward. They did not run away, when Shankar threw a piece of burning wood. Shankar dozed off for a moment. He woke up with a start, to find that the dogs had silently come within striking distance. He was afraid they would pounce upon him before he could blink. In a nervous reaction, he fired a shot. But after some time, the same pattern was repeated. The dogs had immense patience, they would not go away. With dawn, the pack of dogs and hyenas vanished like a nightmare. The next moment, Shankar fell asleep by the side of the fire. He was awakened by a loud sound. In fact, it was a booming noise. Even after waking up, he could feel the sound was reverberating in that quiet mountain slope. Had he heard a gunshot? But that was impossible. How could there be another human being in this remote mountain? Shankar had only one cartridge left. He took a chance and fired a shot, using up his last cartridge. In response, someone fired 2 shots. Shankar was beside himself, with excitement and joy. He forgot about his swollen knee, he forgot he could hardly walk. He had no bullet left. He could not fire his gun again, but he shouted himself hoarse. He broke a branch from a tree, and waved it. He frantically foraged for dry twigs for lighting as large a fire as he could. A survey team from the Kruger National Park, in a convoy of 7 motor vehicles with Caterpillar wheels, was on their way, from Kimberley to Cape Town. They had pitched camp on the northwestern edge of the desert, near the foothills of the Chimanimani mountain. There were 9 Europeans in the team, besides African helpers and porters. 4 of them had climbed up, and reached the lowest peak of Chimanimani mountain in search of game. They were astonished to hear a rifle shot in that desolate forest, far away from any human settlement. As there were no further shots, they went deeper into the forest to check who was behind the gunshot. Then they saw a thin ghost-like figure, with sunken eyes and cheeks, and long, disheveled hair waving at them like a madman. He wore ragged, torn European clothes. They rushed towards Shankar. Shankar wanted to say many things at the same time and jabbered away, making little sense. The survey men did not understand a word of what he said. They gently took him to their camp, and carried his backpack. They put him on a bed. It took some time for Shankar to recover. He was sick and worn out because of starvation, worry, and also because he had eaten all kinds of things. Shankar had high fever that night. He was unconscious. He did not know when the vehicle carried him left, or when it reached Salisbury. He was in a Salisbury hospital, in a critical condition for 15 days. Then he recovered gradually, and after about a month he walked out of the hospital to stand on a wide road of a modern city. Salisbury. It was a dream come true. Finally, Shankar stood on the real footpath of a real city. There were tall buildings, banks and hotels. There were wide asphalt roads, along one side of which ran electric trams. Zulu rickshaw pullers pulled their rickshaws, vendors sold newspapers. Everything seemed unreal to him. Shankar had returned to civilization, but he had absolutely no cash on him. He could not even buy a cup of tea. As Shankar was wandering around and thinking what he could do, he was delighted to find an Indian store. He had not seen another Indian in a long time. The owner of the fairly large store was a Maiman Muslim from Kathiawar. He was a wholesale trader in soaps and perfumes. By looking at Shankar, the elderly shopkeeper understood that he was going through a crisis. On his own, he gave Shankar some cash. Shankar accepted the money and said, "I cannot thank you enough, sir. I am borrowing these $2. I will pay you back as soon as I can." He left the wholesale trader's store, and found an Indian eatery across the road. He could not resist the temptation of good Indian food. He ate puris, kashuris, halua, mutton cutlet, and cakes to his heart's content, and spent $1 in the process. He also had 2 cups of coffee. There was an old newspaper on his table. A bold headline read, "Strange Experience of National Park Survey Team. A Dying Indian Found in the Desert. His Fascinating Adventures." The paper carried a completely imaginary story attributed to him. Shankar had never told such a story to anyone. He had been in no position to talk. His photograph also featured in the paper. The newspaper was the Salisbury Daily Chronicle. Shankar went to their office and introduced himself. Within minutes, a small crowd of curious people gathered around him. They told him that reporters had lost his trail and had not been able to find him, although they were keenly interested in his story. Shankar earned $50 by describing his experience in the Chimanimani mountain and allowing them to photograph him. From this, he returned the $2 to the kind Muslim trader. The following day, he wrote an article on the volcanic eruption in the paper. He christened it as the Mount Alvarez volcano. Not everyone believed his story of the volcanic flare-up in an unknown forest of Central Africa, but some did. In the article, he did not give the slightest hint about the diamond reserve. If he had, thousands of people would have rushed to find it. Later, he went to a bookstore and purchased a number of books and periodicals. He had not read anything in a long time. And in the evening, he watched a film. At night, he lay down on a comfortable bed in his hotel room, and as he read a book under an electric light, he looked at the Prince Albert Victor Street below from time to time. Trams and rickshaws were passing by. A bell was ringing in the Indian coffee shop, and every few minutes, a motorcar would whiz past, spewing black smoke. Another picture floated in his mind, a fire in front of him, vultures circling above, and wild dogs and hyenas crouching around him. He wondered which one of these visions was real. The dreadful night in the Chimanimani mountain, or this one. In the meantime, Shankar had become a celebrity in Salisbury. The lobby of his hotel was always filled with reporters. The newspapermen came to tie up contracts with him for publishing his travelogues. Photographers came to take his pictures. Shankar informed the Italian consul general about Commander Attilio Gatti. A search in the old records at the consul's office revealed that an Italian aristocrat by that name had been shipwrecked off the coast of Portuguese West Africa in August 1879. Somehow, it was also known that he had reached the shore, but nothing had been heard of him afterwards. His family was not only a part of the aristocracy, but they were also immensely rich. From 1890 to 1905, Attilio Gatti's family relentlessly followed up with the Italian embassies in all the coastal states of southern Africa for information about him. A reward had also been announced for anybody who would be able to trace him. They had given up the search after 16 years. With the help of the Indian trader he had met on the first day, he sold 4 diamonds to the biggest jeweler on the Black Moon Street, Rydal Moresby, for 32,500. The jewelers were prepared to pay more for the 2 remaining gems, but Shankar did not sell them. He wanted to take them home and show them to his mother. Blue Sea. Standing on the deck of a Bombay-bound ship, as Shankar watched the green coconut groves of Port Beira of the Portuguese East Africa fade away into the horizon, his adventures in Africa flashed before his mind's eyes like a film. This is how he had wanted to live his life, fully and vigorously. We often measure a person by a wrong yardstick, his or her age. In last 1.5 years, Shankar had gathered experience worth 10 years or more. He is not just another traveler anymore. He is the joint discoverer of an active volcano. He would tell the world about Mount Alvarez. At that point of time, he was restless to go back to the wonderful place called India, his home. He was desperate to see the tall pinnacle of the Rajabai Tower of Bombay, announcing that he had finally returned to his homeland. And then, his green village in a corner of Bengal, coming alive with the music of Baul and Kirtan. It would be spring in a few days' time. When his boat reached the small river jetty of their village, the paths and alleys would have been paved with white sown flowers, and the oriole would warble from their bokal tree. Goodbye, my guru, guide, and friend, Diego Alvarez. In this moment of infinite bliss, when I am on my way home, I remember you more than anyone else. You are among those rare people, who are true citizens of the world, who consider the sky above as the roof of their home, and the whole world as a road for them to travel along. Bless me, from your solitary home in the deep forest. I want to become like you, impassive in happiness, and calm in a crisis. And as fearless. Goodbye, my friend Attilio Gatti, perhaps you were a friend in one of my previous lives. All of you together have taught me how true is that Chinese saying. It is much better to be a piece of crystal, and be shattered into pieces than to remain static and contented like a tile on the roof. He will have to return to Africa again. But, at this moment, his home beckons him, yearns for him. He will spend some time in India. And then, he will try to form a company, and return to explore the faraway Richtersveld for the diamond deposit. He will find it again. Shankar's story ends here. But there is a persistence to the story. It's like this. When he was in Salisbury, Shankar met the curator of the South Rhodesian Museum, the renowned zoologist Dr. Fitzgerald. Particularly to tell him about the bunyip. A few days after reaching home, he received the following letter from Dr. Fitzgerald. The South Rhodesian Museum, Salisbury, Rhodesia, South Africa, January 12, 1911.
Dear Mr. Chowdhury, I am writing this letter to fulfill my promise to you, to let you know what I thought about your report of a strange three-toed monster in the wilds of the Richtersveld Mountains. On looking up my files, I find other similar accounts by explorers who had been to the region before you, especially by Robert McCulloch, the famous naturalist, whose report has not yet been published, owing to his sudden and untimely death last year. On thinking the matter over, I am inclined to believe that the monster you saw was nothing more than a species of anthropoid ape, closely related to the gorilla, but much bigger in size and more savage than the specimens found in the Rwenzori in Virunga Mountains. This species is becoming rarer and rarer every day, and such numbers, as do exist, are not easily to be got at on account of their shyness, and the habit of hiding themselves in the depths of the high-altitude rain forests of the Richtersveld. It is only the very fortunate traveler who gets glimpses of them, and I should think that in meeting them he runs risk proportionate to his good luck. Congratulating you both on your luck and pluck. I remain, yours sincerely, J.G. Fitzgerald.
This is the end of Mountain of the Moon, written by Bibhuti Bhushan Bandyopadhyay. Story on Friday, thanks to all the listeners who have been with this whole story. See you again with another story next time. Till then, stay healthy, stay well.